Hey. Hey Andre. Thanks for dropping by. Over here on the YouTube side. Hi Isaac. I'm playing an otome game today. I mean, it's Tuesday, so it's otome game Tuesday for me. And I'm starting a bit late because I had stuff to do, but yeah, here we are. We're gonna be starting with volume 3. Since I did finish volume 2 and 1. Now we're starting with volume 3, so I have no idea what's in volume 3, so we'll see. Volume 3 will start. The arrows is voice as on. Yep. Oh, we're in the ocean? Huh? Okay, let me set something up. I think I forgot to put this back on. There we go. There we go. I think that should be better. Okay. Deep in the ocean of the marine forest, where the Fairy King is enthroned. Ooh. Here in the palace of the Sea Fairy King, out of sight of the humans, the atmosphere was unsettling. The bubbles, too, almost sounded like a cacophony. Oh. Someone's angry. In the hands of the sea fairies were cookies that Tiaros had baked. The sea fairy Pearl scolded at them. Oh, they're angry because Isla was sad that day. Uh-oh. She didn't though. Okay. Hey, Zuko. Welcome to the stream. Oh god, I guess we're gonna be dealing with the sea fairies this time. This is the 100th time we're having this conversation. Oh boy. Pearl shooed them with her fan. Oh, she... I have no idea if Pearl is, Pearl clutched onto her fan. Okay, that's... okay. She, her. Okay. And yelled the name of the Sky Fairy King. Ooh. Good afternoon, Kara. Hope you don't mind. I need to blow off some steam. I'm just redeeming the... Okay. Okay, I mean, you already did, so there you go. Hey, Shizu. Thank you for the lurk here. The sea fairies rushed away, noticing that Pearl was in a bad mood. Damn. Damn. I'm gonna take a picture of that. Pearl plopped herself onto the throne and gazed out. Hundreds and thousands of years. Unlike humans, the Fairy King's lifespan is very, very long. When I was younger, when times were fun, time went by so fast. But now, every day seems to pass by a lot slower. Oh? Was it a few hundred years ago? I don't even have the energy to remember. Besides, I will not be blessing anyone anymore. I'm not like Frail or Keith. So what happened? I think forgot. MC and main guy got married. There's that one other girl that liked the main guy, but since he got married and is not interested in her, she's kind of sad. So now the sea fairies who really like that girl, they're mad at the moment because the girl is sad. So fuck.
まだ綺麗。それともこの心のようにゆっくり濁ってしまうのだろうか。
Pearl slowly closed her eyes onto the throne. Okay. Oh. Oh, here we go. Wall of text. Yep, there we go. We have a recap, Izuku. Aquasteed, the crown prince of the Kingdom of Marine Forest, and Tiaros, the daughter of the Lapis-titled Marquis, had finally become husband and wife. There were some twists and turns, but Tiaros was now officially his wife. Her name is now Tiaros Lapis Marine Forest. Okay, long last name, but yeah. I remember now. Thanks for reminding me. Yeah. Yeah, there's a recap. Tiaros received her Lapis title because she had been blessed by Fairy King Keith. In the Kingdom of Lapis Lazuli, the title is given to those with great achievements. Her status is now higher than that of a duke. Ooh. And Tiaros is proud of it. With the Lapis title, she feels justified as the future queen. After marriage, Tiaros was given a new room. She and Aquasteed each had their own rooms, with their bedroom in between. Huh. They also had free access to each other's room. Within the year in Marine Forest, Tiaros's personal belongings grew significantly. But her new room was so spacious, there was still plenty of room for storage. Her room was color-coordinated with warm tones, and coral chandelier lit the room. Aquasteed had also prepared her very own little kitchen. Oh, that's cute. Even though, not thought, but yeah. Even though Tiaros was too busy, she rarely used the kitchen. Aquasteed even prepared her a little garden for her to enjoy as well. Tiaros was worried that she was spoiled too much, but she couldn't help but feel happy for his consideration. Oh. What game is that? It's an otome game. These days, Tiaros was in the midst of her dizzying life as the next generation queen. Today, an exclusive designer was visiting Tiaros's room to tailor her best dress possible. Ooh, getting a new dress?
動かないでくださいませ、ティアラローズ様。ごめんなさい。もうすぐ一段落ですので、あと少し我慢してくださいませ。ええ。
I've been like this from the morning. It doesn't look like it's going to end anytime soon. It's getting harder to stand straight. The seamstresses were continuing to work on the dress, adjusting so that Tiaros will look her best in this dress. Anyways, aren't they working too much? Of course, I understand that there are many circumstances which I need dresses. But do I really have to order this many dresses at once?
フィリーネ、まだドレスを仕立てるの？もちろんですよ、ティアラローズ様。 アクアスティード殿下の妃
Of
なんで
course,
すから、
Peanut isn't
今
for
後は
it.
公務も増えますし、まだまだ足りません。
Person in charge for these dresses were Peanut, the maid. She had a serious expression on her face.
ティアラローズ様に似合うのはどちらかしら。こちらもいいわね。これも追加でお願いします。
Peanut is very responsible about me more than
ティアラ
myself.
ローズ様、お疲れですか？大丈夫や。
Tia Rose shakes her head. Everybody's trying their best to do their job. I can't be whining that I'm
ここのリ
tired.
ボンを調整すれば少しお休みいただけますわ。
A break. I see. It's not going to end anytime soon. Yeah, it's not gonna end. Yeah. We're gonna be trying out a lot of dresses. That does feel tiring, yeah. The seamstresses, aristocrats, merchants who come day after day to greet us. I'm aware this is part of my duties, but there's no time for rest at
位置
all.
の確認が終わりました、ティアラローズ様。一度ごゆるりとなさってくださいませ。
ありがとう。
As the ladies helped her take off her dress, Tiaro sat on the sofa. Hirune handed her a warm cup of
お
tea.
疲れ様です、ティアラローズ様。あと2着ほど調整をして、気に入ったデザインがあればそのドレスも仕立てましょう。とはいえ、明日には夜会もありますから。
Oh,
あまり無
evening
理のない
party.
範囲で。
Ooh.
そうね。ティアラローズ様の瞳の色と同じアクセサリーに先日商人から買い付けた化粧品もつけて合わせてみましょう。そうね。
Don't push yourself, was it? Hirune looks more excited than me. In addition to the dresses, here comes the accessories and cosmetics. I'm used to it since I was a marquis's daughter, though. But the amount is extreme. Tiaro sighed and took a sip of her
あり
tea.
がとう。いい香りね。ケーキもご用意いたしましたから。
Ooh.
スイーツね。
On the table was a delicious-looking slice of peach cake on a dish.
桃のケーキね。
Damn.
いただきます。
Tiaros took a bite. The peach was so fresh she couldn't help but smile. Feeling it, too looked
テ
happy.
ィアラローズ様はスイーツに目がありませんね。とても美味しいわ。酸味と控えめな甘さが絶妙なの。お口に合いまして何よりです。どなたが作ったのかしら。レシピを教えてほしいくらい。
Tiaros loved sweets, even from her previous life.
私には前世の記憶がある。
Alright,
そして
we have a flashback
今世
thingy.
は前世で大好きだった乙女ゲーム、ラピスラズリの指輪の世界で悪役令嬢である。
Tiaros was previously engaged with the crown prince of her country, Heart Knights. However, he fell in love with the heroine. Tiaros was almost about to be exiled from the country until the crown prince of Mine Forest, Aquasteed, proposed to her. However, originally he was supposed to be in love with the heroine of the sequel game. But he had been in love with Tiaros from the beginning and pledged his future to her.
悪役令嬢といっても、
Yeah, how's Isila doing?
ゲームとしてのエンディングは終了したので、今は幸せなのだけれど。
So, how's Isila doing?
時折、ほんの少し不安になる。今さらゲームの力が働いて、アクア様が他の人を好きになったりはしないかしら。
You're already married, so I think he already proved himself that he's not gonna fall for anyone else. If I didn't know that this was the world bearing of Lapis Lazuli, I wouldn't have felt this way. Tiaros shook her head to relieve her anxiety. She took another bite of the cake. Villainess, smiling while looking at Tiaros, enjoying her cake, clapped her hands
ティア
together.
ラローズ様、レシピといえば
Oh?
今夜もキッチンをご使用になりますか？ええ、少しだけクッキーを作るの。先日アクア様が食べたいと言っていたから。間違いなくお喜びになられますよ。準備しておきますね。
Villainess nodded and turned to another lady
今夜も
attendant.
ティアラローズ様がキッチンを使用されます。クッキーを作るための準備を整えておいてください。はい、かしこまりました。
Villainess smiled and nodded her head. She went back to checking the designs for the dresses with tiaras. The amount of designs. Every design is very beautiful and stylish. I don't think we need to make any
ティアラロー
adjustments.
ズ様、そろそろ再開してもよろしいでしょうか。
Back to
大丈夫よ。
back to checking the dresses. And so the dress adjustment started again after a brief break. They're trying hard for me. I must be a little more patient. Tiaros, after eating the cake, was full of energy again. She stood up straight. While the seamstresses was making adjustments, one of them opened her mouth.
そういえば、ティアラローズ様はご存知ですか？
Uh-oh.
最近、
Uh-oh.
海の様子が変だ。
Uh-oh. Uh-oh, why you gotta mention that? Uh-oh.
はい、私は直接見ていないのですが、海の色がいつ
Uh-oh.
もと少し違うとか。
Uh-oh. That's not good.
色が違う？
Oh, that's not good. What could that possibly
海
mean?
の妖精に何かあったのでしょうか？海と言ったら海の妖精が関わっているのでは？
確かに、海の妖精のいたずらかもしれませんね。話は戻りますが、こちらのレースの中でしたら。
Why you gotta change the topic like that?
これかしら。シンプルだけれど細かい柄が素敵ね。
かしこまりました。
Lady, why you gotta change the topic like that? All of a sudden. The seamstresses went back to work, but Tiaros couldn't get her mind off about the topic of the sea. Could this be one of the events in the sequel game? Hopefully not. Main love interest, Prince Aqua ended up marrying Mimi. But the heroine Lady Isila is currently not with anyone. It's not strange for an event to occur, now that I think about it.
あくまでも噂ですから。
Yeah, lady. Why you gotta bring it up?
話をしてしまいました。
Why you bring it up?
海のことであれば、愛シダ様がいらっしゃいますので。そんなにお気になさらないでくださいませ。
あ、そうね。アイシラ様がいらっしゃるものね。
Question is, how is she doing? If the event is occurring at the sea, Lady Isila is definitely involved. I wish you the best, Lady Isila. I don't know what's going to happen, but I'm sure Lady Isila is more than capable of dealing with it. We sure? Tiaros rooted for Isila in her heart. Okay. That night, after the hectic day, Tiaros was in her kitchen during her free time. And what? Kitchen looks nice. Except for whatever that blue oven is though, but yeah. The white kitchen equipped in her room was made just for
今
Tiaros.
夜はクッキーを作ることにしましょう。そんなに数は作らないで、可愛い形に焼こうかな。
I accidentally clicked out of the tab. There you go. After letting Villainess stand back, Tiaros started preparing the bake. Hey
ティアラロー
Tatsuya!
ズ様、私もご一緒いたします。ありがと
How
う、
you
フ
doing?
ィリーネ。気持ちは嬉しいのだけれど、フィリーネには申し訳ないけれど、前世のお菓子の知識があるので、一人で作業する方が実は都合がいいのよね。
There are exceptions, of course. The exception, Aqua Seed was on her mind. She couldn't help but smile. Can't wait to give them to Prince
いい
Aqua.
匂いだね。
Speaking of, well, just relaxing a bit before going to bed. How are you? Doing fine. Doing fine. I kinda woke up just an hour ago. Oh, that's cute. Aquaseed hugged her from behind. He buried his face in her hair, then on her neck. Okay then. Tiara smiled, feeling the warmth of Aquaseed on her back.
おかえりなさい、アクア様。
ただいま、ティアラ。
He continued to cuddle her as he gave her a kiss. Tiara felt her heartbeat faster. Aquasteed had a happy, woozy smile on his face. Oh, it's been a year. Oh, okay. I've been with him over a year. We're even done with our wedding, but I still get butterflies when I see him. I mean, fair enough. Her husband was Aquasteed Marine Forest, the crown prince of Marine Forest. Dark blue, golden eyes. He is also the main love interest of the sequel of The Ring of Lapis Lazuli. His beautiful face was perfectly suitable for an otome game character, Tiara
な
thought.
んだか今日のクッキーは可愛いね。ティアラみたいだ。
動物の形にしてみ
Oh,
たん
that's
です。
cute. Shapes of animals? That's cute. Aquaseed, still hugging her from behind, giggled, looking at the cookies. She had baked cookies in shapes of bunnies, bears, monkeys, etc. Why don't I make him taste one of them? She reached in for a cookie and tilted her head. Something's
ティ
wrong.
アラ、
あ
どうかしたの？
いえ、アクア様に味見をしてもらおうと思って。
Is it just my imagination? It must be. Tiara shook her head and took the bunny-shaped cookie and tried to hand it to him. Aquasteed slowly shook his head. Aquasteed bent down and opened his mouth slightly. Does he want me to feed him again? It's not my first time, of course, but I still get embarrassed even after marriage. Raised as a marquis daughter, I don't have much experience like these.
ティアラ、ここだよ。
Aquaseed pointed at his mouth. He smiled like a naughty child. He stared at Tiaros, who was blushing. What should I do? Prince Aqua is waiting. Only one cookie. That's it. Yeah. I'm still shy about it, but I want my husband to feel happy. Yeah, go girl. Aquaseed was looking at Tiaros like a spoiled child. Tiaros prepared herself.
これだけですよ。
Tiaros could feel her face burning. She brought the cookie to his
可
mouth.
愛いな。
Aquaseed munched onto the cookie that Tiaros had in hand. While he's at it, he also took a small... Damn, okay. Hey, sir.
アクア様。
Sir.
だって、クッキーよりティアラの方が断然甘い。
Sir.
もう恥ずかしいです。
夫婦なんだから、このくらいはいいだろ。
Me. Yes, you are, but sir. Well, I know that Prince Aqua is capable of doing more, though. L.
少しだけですよ。
L. Although Tiaros did chide him, Tiaros knew that deep in her heart she didn't hate it.
ではもう少しいただこうかな。
もうアクア様ったら
As Aquaseed requested for another cookie, the arrows turned around to take one more, then she realized. Oh. Something was weird. The gap between the cookies seemed to have widened. Oh. Cookies are disappearing. I think I had baked more cookies, but there's no way they would vanish. They would vanish? It's only my imagination, right? The arrows tried to shake it off. She went to the cabinet to take out their matching teacups and started preparing some tea.
猫と小鳥の形もあったんだ。
かわいい抜き型がたくさんあって楽しいです。
あ、そういえば
お？
ティアラの開くお茶会が令嬢に大人気なんだってね。
Oh, that's nice.
そうだと嬉しいのですけれど。あ、こちらの天板もオーブンに入れてしまいますね。これが最後ですのでお待ちくださいませ。
うん。
The arrows put the dough in the oven and waited for it to finish baking. The cookies started to turn brown.
森のお茶会だよね。
Ooh, forest tea party.
それはお菓子が人気だからでは？
ティアラは本当にお菓子が好きだね。焼いてしまいそうだよ。
お菓子に？
To be honest, I'm quite proud of the sweets that I make. But that is because I use my knowledge of recipe from my previous life. Not many people can imitate that too. I really hope everyone enjoys sweets as much as I do. Aquaseed came by to take a look at the cookies. He pointed at them with a
こう
smile.
やって焼くんだね。
はい。きっと私ではなく、このお菓子が大人気なのでしょう。
うん。お菓子が大人気なのはもちろんだけどね。みんな、ティアラとお近づきになりたいんだよ。
応対私費ですから、それは。
違うよ。
他国から嫁いだ私と、皆が懇意にしたいのは、王太子であるアクア様の妃だからと、そう考えていたのだけれど。
The arrows looked up to Aquasteed with a confused face. He pulled her
マジカ
closer.
ルだな。森の妖精王の加護を受けているティアラが私のご機嫌伺いにされるわけがないだろ。
Sure, the forest fairies are very kind to me, and the forest fairy king had blessed me at the wedding, but at Mine Forest there are 3 types of fairies. Forest, sky, and sea fairies. The sky and sea fairies tend to bless humans. However, the arrows was blessed by the forest fairies and their king. It is said that forest fairies rarely give blessings. However, not only by the forest fairies, the arrows was blessed by the
もっ
king.
と自分に自信を持って。
But in the end, I'm the villainess of this game. Am I allowed to be this happy? Girl, please. Somewhere along the way, there might be a big plot twist and the heroine might take Prince Aqua away from me. I thought I was done with being worried after our
ティアラ
wedding.
はしっかりした教養があるのに自分のこととなると評価が低い。もっと自信を持っていいのに。
Aquaseed smiled and kissed the arrows on her forehead. Pressure loosens from her
そうい
shoulders.
えば、キースの祝福があるから、森のお茶会ですか？
だろうね。森の妖精王に祝福された者は歴代の王族でも1人か2人いればいい方だから。とはいえ焼けるな。
アクア様、ちょうどクッキーが焼けましたよ。ですから、この話題はもうおしまいにしましょう。
It was going there. Oh boy. If I continue to talk about Keith, Prince Aqua will start to sulk.
紅茶を入れますね。
ありがとう。
うん。クッキーもいい色に焼けました。
Aquaseed held in his thought about cuddling her more since Yaros looked happy, preparing her favorite tea and cookies. The cookies couldn't wait. Now the cookies need to be eaten. Oh, we have the Aquaseed POV. Okay then. But she also looks so happy when she's enjoying her sweets. I shouldn't interrupt her sweets time. I feel a little lonely, but I'll save the time with her for later tonight. Damn. Okay.
アクア様？
ああ、今行くよ。
どうかされましたか？
Tiaros with cookies and teacups in her hand turned around to ask Aquaseed. She looked at him strangely.
待たせてすまない。考え事をしていただけだ。
Aquaseed and Tiaros left the kitchen together. Oh, this is the next day. The next day in her kitchen, Tiaros was looking puzzled while baking another batch of cookies. Something felt off. Of course, there was nothing wrong with the kitchen itself. It was perfectly made for her by Aquaseed. Problem was with the cookies. She realized something was wrong after baking the second batch. She had 10 cookies in the oven. But then she tried to place them on the plate where there were only 8. 2 were missing. She had suspected something since yesterday, but now she was sure her cookies were definitely disappearing. Yesterday evening too, Tiaros noticed the cookies disappearing. However, she thought it was just her imagination, since there was no way cookies would vanish on their own. By now, the mysterious phenomenon was troubling Tiaros. Up.
でも、どうしてお菓子が消えるのかしら。不思議だわ。
Yeah, could it be the berries?
この部屋に誰かが侵入することは不可能だし、フィリーネや他の女官たちがスイーツ好きの私が無意識のうちに食べてしまった可能性も否定できないけれど、だとしたら妖精かしら。彼らはとても自由で、すぐにこちらのスペースへ入ってくることができるから、森の妖精なら私に直接欲しいと言うでしょうし、勝手に持っていくようなことはしないわよね。だとしたらどうして消えるのかしら。わからないわ。でも不思議な現象だし、妖精が関係している可能性が高いのかしら。
Fiona heard Tiaros mumbling from the kitchen. She approached her.
様、どうかされましたか？あ、フィリーネ。
Fiona never comes in the kitchen. I must have been talking to myself pretty loudly. I'm embarrassed. Fiona, looking worried, tucked her light green-colored hair behind her ears. Would she be worried if I tell her the truth? But there's no one else I can talk to. She was always with me since I was small. She's like my big sister. She wouldn't laugh at me for saying something strange. I mean, why not? Tiaros wasn't sure if it was the right idea to talk about the incident. But she trusted Fiona. She turned to her to talk. Yep. So just... Fiona was surprised, but she believed Tiaros. Fiona thought for a while and opened her mouth.
私たちがティアラローズ様のクッキーを勝手に持ち去るということはありませんから。
Oh, she had the same
や
thoughts.
はり妖精でしょうか。でも普段であれば勝手に持って行ったりはしませんよね。そうなの。
Indeed, the forest fairies seem to love my sweets, but I know they wouldn't do such things. Could it be that they were too hungry to even ask me for cookies? No, that can't be. The fairies can live with even without eating anything.
どういうことなのでしょう。
Oh, Fiona?
どうかした？8枚あったクッキーが いつの間にか7枚
Another one disappeared. No!
本当だわ。
Another one disappeared.
今
No!
はティアラローズ様と私しかいなかったはずなのに。
Fiona covered her mouth in shock, her eyes open wide. The two looked at each other. Tiaros was determined to solve this mystery.
人間が犯人という可能性は低いでしょうから、魔法が得意な妖精たちにこういった現象に心当たりがないかどうか確認してみましょう。それがいいですね。私もついてまいります。ありがとう、フィリーネ。念のためタルモも護衛に連れて行くことにしましょう。そうですね。それがよろしいですわ。
The more cookies can always be made. I mean, that's true, but it would always just disappear though. So, you know, better to have an answer to what is happening. And so, with Fiona and Tarmo by her side, Tiaros went to the garden where the fairies were always playing. A small garden with pink rose blooming. This was a garden that Aquaseed had prepared just for Tiaros. Only those who have her permission is allowed in this garden. Tiaros and the fairies always enjoy the fresh flowers here. Oh, thank you for the hydrate. Alright, there's Tarmo. Tarmo stood beside the entrance of the garden. Tiaros looked around. Don't forget to stretch too. Yeah. She also often enjoyed her tea time with Aquasteed in this garden. He wanted her to be close to him as possible, so the garden was made quite minimally. The fairies, giggling playfully, came by Tiaros to say hello. Aww. The fairies with green hair were the forest fairies. They loved plants and flowers, and also loved Tiaros' sweets. The fairies were quick to notice the cookies in Tiaros' hands.
もちろん。でもごめんなさい。少しだけ待ってね。今日は妖精さんたちに聞きたいことがあるの。何？実は私の作ったクッキーが突然消えてしまったの。
Tiaros asked the fairies if they knew anything about the vanishing cookies.
ティアラのお菓子なくなっちゃったの。勝手に持っていったら王様に叱られちゃうもん。
Well, they all look surprised, so they're not the one who's doing it, so.
そんなことしないよ。そうよね。みんなありがとう。
Just as I thought, it's not their fault. If Keith is telling them not to trouble me, they must not be the culprit for sure. They're too cute, they must protect them. They're cute. Tiaros was relieved to hear that they were not the ones taking the cookies.
こうやってお菓子が消えてしまう魔法に心当たりとかもないかしら。こんな意地悪な魔法はわからないよ。
Is it time to ask Keith?
鳥の妖精は楽しいことが好きだから。うん、確かにそうね。教えてくれてどうもありがとう。わーい。
Aww.
いただきます。
Malicious magic. I thought it was some mysterious incident, but there's a possibility that someone has bad intentions towards me. Who could it be? For a moment, she thought it was the heroine who could still have feelings for Aquaseed, but she shook her head. I don't know who it could be, but that person could have just asked me, did they want the cookies because it has my power in it?
でも作っても盗まれていたら 私の分が減ってしま
Who
う。
needs cookies? These fairies are pure diabetes. They are. They're so cute.
スイーツ好きのティアラローズ様にとっては大問題ですね。
そうね。幸せになれるお菓子は大いに越したことはないわ。
Yeah, Rose left her garden thinking of what she should do. The Rose was in her room looking at the cookies she baked
やっぱ
earlier.
り森の妖精ではなかったですね。
そうね。かといって私は海と空の妖精とは関わりがないし、
Hmm.
全く手が
I
かりがな
mean,
くなってしまったわ。
is it time to ask either Keith or
どう
Isilla?
考えても人間が盗むのは不可能だし、先ほど森の妖精たちにはもう会ってきたし、次はどうするのが一番いいのかしら。
決まっているではないですか。アクアスティード殿下に相談してくださいませ。
Villainess suggested so, but Tiara slowly shook her
ア
head.
クア様は執務でお忙しいもの。お菓子がなくなったくらいでお手を煩わせるわけにはいかないわ。
アクアスティード殿下はティアラローズ様のことであれば何でも知りたい。悩みがあれば相談してほしいと思われているはずです。
Villainess right on that, yeah. However, Tiaros feels bad for relying on
いい
Aquaseed.
ね。気持ちは嬉しいけれど、それは少し待ってほしいの。
Prince Aqua is already so busy with his work, I can't trouble
かし
him.
こまりました。では、まずは紅茶をどうぞ。
ありがとう。
I'm happy that Villainess cares, but for now, let's enjoy some tea while I get things
で
straight.
は、私はおかわりを用意してまいります。少しの間、席を外しますがよろしいでしょうか。
ええ、大丈夫よ。
As the arrows took a sip of her tea, Villainess bowed and left the room. One of the jobs for an excellent maid is to act accordingly to her master's will. Villainess, after she left the arrow's room, approached Tarmo, who was outside the
誰
room.
も少しいいかしら。
どうしました？
Oh, we get a BOB for Villainess? Oh. Tarmo usually doesn't speak during his duty. He was surprised that Villainess had come to talk to him. At the same time, he was quick to notice that something had
ティア
happened.
ラローズ様の周辺で何か変わったことはなかったかしら。
Tarmo was surprised to her question, but he thought for a while.
いえ、警備上不審な点は何も。
Tarmo shook his head. Or was there something that I had missed? Tarmo clenched his
何
fist.
か気になることが。
ええ、敵意があるかどうかはわからないけれど、ティアラローズ様の周辺でおかしな現象が起きているの。注意してもらえるかしら。
Oh, Villainess,
わかりました。
Villainess didn't give him all the details yet. Tarmo nodded. He'll probably get biased if I tell him that the sweets are gone. Yeah. But if the sweets vanishing is just something to hide bigger trouble, I must ask Tarmo to keep an eye on everything. Damn. I'm sure that would be much safer for Lady Tiaros. Yeah. Would be a lot safer, yeah. For now, this is all I can do. Villainess was relieved to see that Tarmo was serious about the
ジュリー
situation.
ネ、アクアスティード様にお伝えを。
いいえ、私も先ほど気づいたのです。私から殿下にお伝えはしていませんが、ティアラローズ様は心配をかけたくないから伝えないつもりかもしれません。
そうか。
Tarmo used to be Prince Aquaseed's aide. I'm sure he will notify him about the incident. Then we can let Aquaseed handle the rest. Even without Lady Tiaros asking herself, I'm sure he will gently nudge her and make her talk about the incident. My stomach is full just by thinking about them. I'm sure they are going to spend time sweeter than honey, okay? Feeling it shipping so hard. She's letting that boat sail. She's letting that ship sail so hard at the moment. Feeling wondering her thoughts about the arrows and Aquasteed, headed to the main kitchen for some tea. Oh. This. That evening, after he was done with his duties, Aquasteed was heading to Tiaros' room. Yep, Aquasteed's POV, yep. Oh, Tarmo did, yeah. Tarmo did say, "Oh, she will rely on me, but I'm sure she'll try to hide the problem from me." Damn, he's aware. Aquasteed opened the door.
おかえりなさい。
ただいま。
Tiaros set aside her embroidery that she was working on to greet Aquasteed. She smiled as she received his black jacket with gold
お忙
linings.
しかったのでしょ。
大丈夫。
No,
遅くな
okay.
ってしまったね。
They actually took off the jacket. Damn.
いいえ、お仕事お疲れ様です。
Aquasteed kissed her on her forehead and hugged her. Today was especially busy, but that was because I was reconsidering Tiara's security. Can't be helped. Her safety is the most important thing for me. Had to do it today. Sooner the better. Usually I would spend time with her, drink some wine, talk about her day, but today's different. I must ask her what's happening.
はい。
今日は何かあった？
いいえ、特に何も。ドレスの調整をしたり、お菓子を作ったりして過ごしていました。
そう。
She's not going to tell me about the sweets disappearing, huh? How adorable. Bro. How should I make her confess? Damn. Okay, sir. Aquasteed smiled mischievously. Tiaros instantly knew something was up with him.
アクア様？
Tiaros became a little fidgety. Aquasteed smiled gently and stroked her hair. Without saying anything, Aquasteed carried her to the bedroom. Wow. Whoa. Whoa there.
どうしたの？ティアラ。
He knows what happened. Yep. Yeah, Rose knew it by the way he was acting. Oh, I accidentally picked on the options. Okay. He definitely knows what happened today, or else he wouldn't be bringing me to the bedroom like this. Well, at least you know him that well, huh? He's going to spoil me and make me spill out everything. The arrows thought for a while and... Just talk to him. Just talk to him. I must tell him before he says anything.
実はヒル。
なんだ。もう白状しちゃうの？
そんなに残念そうにしないでください。
残念だ。せっかく可愛がろうと思っていたのに。
Aquasteed still had an expression like a naughty child. The arrows started to talk about what happened.
ということなんです。
Well, I can't hide anything from him, huh?
消えたお菓子か。人的という考え方よりは、妖精が犯人という方がしっくりくる。
はい。でも、森の妖精はそんなことをしませんから。
Aquaseed nodded and thought for a while. Tiaros has contact with the forest fairies and I have contact with sky fairies. Aquaseed patted her head to comfort her.
私が調べてみるから、ティアラは何も心配しなくていいよ。
アクア様。でも、お仕事だってお忙しいじゃないですか。私のクッキーがなくなったくらい、なんてことはありませんよ。
ダメだよ。ティアラのクッキーは私のものだからね。
That's cute.
お菓子もですか？欲張りですね。
そうだよ。
Why does he give me so much love? I don't know. He's your husband. Tiaro's heart fluttered. She didn't know what to say, so she
テ
looked
ィアラを
down.
手に入れた時から、もう遠慮はしないことに決めたんだ。
The moment you... okay.
お菓子にも焼いてしまうんだ。欲張りだろ。
Damn, man. Aquaseed brushed her cheeks gently, kissed it a few times, and patted her back to comfort
大
her.
丈夫。私に任せておいて。
ありがとうございます。でも、あまり無理はしないでくださいね。
あ、
I know that he is busy with his official duties. I don't want to trouble him
絶
anymore.
対ですよ。
わかってる。ティアラは心配性だね。
Aquaseed chuckled and nodded his head. The arrows felt a little relief. Oh, we're back in the kitchen. Okay. However, a few days later, the incident took an unexpected turn. The arrow saw the movement the moment it vanished. Damn. A sea fairy appeared from inside the water tap and took away one cookie. Well, now you know which fairy it was. Yep. The arrows rushed to the sink, but there was nothing to be found.
海の妖精は私のことを嫌っているはず。好きでもない人の手作りお菓子なんて欲しがるかしら。
I mean, what do petty little things do to someone they don't want, they don't like?
それとも、美味しいお菓子だったら、作った人は関係ないのかな。
I see. Maybe they don't want to ask someone they don't like. I don't think that's it, but things started to make sense. Anyhow, Tiaros was now aware that the culprit of the vanishing cookies were the fairies of the sea. Oh, there we go. We're on volume 3 right away. Oh, chapter 2, I mean. So I think we have 5 chapters. So let's see how far I'll get. I want to finish it today, but I don't think I can. But we'll see. Tiaros was now aware the culprits behind the vanishing cookies were the sea fairies. Tiaros and Aquaseed was in the carriage on the way to Isila's place. The two had planned to ask Isila for help. Anyways, why did the sea fairies want my cookies in the first place?
考え事？
あ、いえ。私は海の妖精に嫌われていたから不思議で。嫌っている私のお菓子を食べたいなんて嬉しいような。
Aquaseed wasn't expecting Tiaros to feel that way. She doesn't take it as a harassment, even if they're stealing from her. She's that kind. Aquaseed smiles, looking at Tiaros, genuinely puzzled at the situation. Tiaros sighed and tilted her head.
平様が何かご存知だといいんですけど。
そうだね。
Oh yeah, how is she
この国
doing?
で海の妖精に一番気に入られているのは彼女だ。きっとティアラの力になってくれるだろう。
ええ。
Tiaros nodded to his words. So, okay, the sea seems okay. Tiaros gazed out the window to enjoy the view of the sea. Duke star Isilla Perlant. She is the heroine of the sequel of the game, The Ring of Lapis Lazuli. Originally, she was supposed to fall in love with Aquaseed, however, Aquaseed chose Tiaros over her. So yeah, Isilla too didn't realize her feelings until the very day of his wedding. Everything was too well there. Yeah, it's all too late.
私はティアラローズだけが大切なんだ。ごめんね。アイシラ嬢。
誰よりもお幸せになってくださいね。私はアクアスティード殿下のことをお慕いしていました。ですが、もう吹っ切れましたから。
What has she been doing since then? With Aquaseed's apology, Isilla's first love was shattered. Still feel pain thinking about the fact that I hurt her at our wedding ceremony. Even so, Lady Isilla had still...
おめでとうございます。今後も仲良くしてくださいね。
Aww.
ティアラローズ様。
She's just a kind kid. Lady Isilla, such a kind, powerful lady.
アイシラ様と今日は久しぶりにお会いすることになりますね。
そうだね。ティアラはアイシラ嬢と会うのに抵抗はない？
Can't wait to see her. Oh, so we have an ad break.
抵抗はありません。むしろお会いできるのが楽しみです。
We have an ad break, so I'm gonna take that time to actually get more water. I'll be right back. I'll go get more water so that I'm ready for more reading. Oh, okay. I'm back. Okay. That break is done, so we continue.
最近は忙しかったからね。
はい。今日はお土産にお菓子も持っていますし、バッチリです。
Hey, yeah, how is Isila doing? Tiaros glanced over to her sweets and smiled. Aquaseed smiled back. Aquaseed had a smile on his face, but his thoughts were contrary to his expression. Lady Isila definitely knows something. I suspected the seafarers to be the culprit of this incident, so I contacted her to help me with the investigation. However, Aquaseed did not hear back from her. Oh. Oh no. She's usually very quick with her work, but still no response
エ
today.
リオット、
Hey,
例の件はどうな
Potato!
っている？
How you doing?
アイシラ城から何か返事は来ていないか？
ちょうどアイシラ様から進捗状況についてのお返事が届いたところなのですが、それが
Doing
本
good,
日も
and you
未だ
doing
調査
fine.
中とのことです。
Yeah, fine. Chilling and trying to read.
これは直接確認に行った方がいいかもしれないな。
そうですね。
失礼します。アクアスティード殿下。
Oh, Tharmal.
誰もか？どうした？
ティアラローズ様が、つい先ほど、海の妖精がお菓子を持っていくところを目撃されたとのことです。
And so Aquaseed had decided to visit Isilla with Tiaros. Yep.
そろそろ着く。
Still trying not to get in the yard? Hopefully not. Outside the window, the sun was reflecting off the waves of the ocean.
アイシラ様の海が綺麗です。
Oh, I accidentally clicked out of the window. The carriage stops by the Perlan's
ティ
porch.
アラ、お手をどうぞ。
ありがとうございます、アクア様。
The arrows, escorted by Aquaseed, slowly came off the carriage. In the central garden of the Perlin's house were colorful roses, and a water fountain with luxurious corals. A while later, the arrows and Aquaseed were escorted to a room. It was a magnificent guest room with coral ornaments made by Isilla. The two were having fun just looking around. About 5 minutes later, the sequel heroine, Isilla, walked
いらっしゃい
inside.
ませ。アクアスティード殿下、ティアラローズ様。
Are you doing okay?
突然すまないな。
ティアラローズ様、私の返事が遅いばかりにご不安な思いをさせてしまい申し訳ありません。いいえ、お気になさらないでくださいませ。
Late response? What's that about? Could it be that Prince Aqua already knew that it was a seafary's fault? Did he contact her beforehand? Tia Rose glanced over to her husband, who was sitting beside her. That makes sense. He requested an investigation, but it seems like I had witnessed the crime in action before getting the results. As expected, the Prince Aqua. He's always thinking
それ
ahead.
で海の妖精がティアラローズのお菓子を取っていった件についてだが、
どこから話せばいいのでしょうね。
Oh.
アイシラ様？
Isilla falls silent, looking down. Is something bothering
何
her?
か分かっていることがあれば話してくれないか？
Isilla seemed to be thinking about something, but couldn't gather the courage to speak up. She had a look of anguish on her face. Isilla was thinking back to the blunder that she had made. It happened after Tiaros and Aquaseed's wedding ceremony. Oh. Uh-oh. Isilla was walking by the beach crying. Uh-oh. I can't cry at home. If father realizes that I had feelings for Prince Aquaseed, he will definitely do something about it. Uh-oh. And that must not happen.
アイシラが泣いてる。
Uh-oh.
ごめんね。今日は遊べなくて。 愛しろ。
もうちょっとだけ泣いたら、あと少しで涙も止まるから。
The sea fairies loved Isilla. Isilla too loved sea fairies. Isilla was the one who made the sea, who made the sea by nurturing the fishes and
アイ
corals.
シラが悲しいと、僕たちも悲しい。アイシラを悲しませる人は許さ
Oh
ない。
boy.
嫌がらせをしてやろう。悪いのはティアラローズだ。
Oh
それは違う
boy.
わ。そんなことをしてはダメ。ただ私がアクアスティと殿下への思いに気づいたのが、それに二人は愛し合って結婚して夫婦となられたの。
でもアイシラを悲しませるなんて許せないよ。
Oh boy. This is how the sea fairies started to steal Tiaro's sweets to bully her.
本当に何からお話しすればいいのか。
Can't tell them that the sea fairies are harassing Lady Tiaros because I had feelings for Prince Aquaseed. Can't tell them. I can't tell them. I don't want them to be worried or hurt because of this. Isilla fell silent again. Tiaros smiled gently to
ア
her.
イシラ様、そう思い詰めないでくださいませ。海で何かあったのなら、私も協力しますわ。
あ、大丈夫だ。
海の妖精にお菓子を盗むのはやめるようにとそう言っているのですが、
海に愛されているアイシラ様のお願いなのに、それほどまでに私のお菓子を欲しい理由もないように思うのですけれど。
Tiaros. Oh. Zuki Wookie, thank you for the raid. Hey. Hyrule Warriors. Oh. How was stream? Hello. Welcome. Yeah, how was your own stream? I'm not sure what the game is about, but hope you had fun. And for those who are new, I am Shin. I am a flower fairy, and yeah, welcome. We're playing an otome game at the moment. What's this about cookies on the screen? Cookies disappearing because fairies are taking them. They better not be eating cookies. Cookies are disappearing because fairies are taking them. Yeah, I guess. My PNG's a cookie. Well, the girls here like sweets, so yeah.
ティアラのお菓子は特別だからね。海の妖精も気に入ったんだよ。ちょっとした効果が得られるから。
I don't think that's because they love the sweets.
確かに私のお菓子はちょっと特殊ですけれど。
Bro, watch out, they're gonna steal you too. Fights. Oh, thank you for the follow, Suki Wookie. Yeah. If you need to do after stream care, feel free to do so. I'll just be chilling and reading the story. But the effects are very small. It heals injuries a little faster or gives them a little bit of power, etc. But only the forest fairies and very few people know about that. I'm sure the sea fairies aren't aware of it. However, like Prince Aqua said, that's the only reason I can think
そ
of.
れなら言ってくださればお菓子を用意しますのに。そうだ、アイシラ様、海の妖精たちにお菓子を用意しますとお伝えいただけますか？
I'm just gonna be here to judge cookie decisions, apparently. Don't worry, it's okay, the cookies are just disappearing. Don't worry about it. not able to give the cookies to them, but I know Lady Isilla can help with
もち
that.
ろんそれは構わないのですが、
Yeah, I don't think that's what Isilla is trying to tell you, girl.
私海の妖精王のもとへ行ってみようと思うのです。
海の妖精王のもとに？
行くというのか。
Currently, no one has been blessed by the Seafarer King, not even Isilla, who is deeply loved by the sea fairies. Is she going to ask the Seafarer King to stop the fairies? It must be very hard to even meet the king. Give the cookies a mech and make them an idol? Wait, what? I'm pretty sure the cookies are not alive in this one, but yeah.
アイシラ城は海の妖精王にお会いしたことがあるのか。
Isilla shook her head slowly to his question. Even Isilla, who is deeply loved by the sea fairies, have never seen the king.
けれど海の妖精王に会うための道筋は知っています。以前海の妖精が教えてくれたのです。
Well, in this game, they're not alive. They're not. Is it impossible to know where the king is unless the fairies love you a lot? Isilla took small pride in the fact that she knew where the sea fairy king
とても
was.
難しいことだとは思いますが、このままというわけにも参りませんし。
Next, you're gonna say Dino Nuggies aren't alive? I mean, to me, they're not. I like Dino Nuggies. I like Nuggies. I haven't eaten Nuggies for a while because I can't buy anything that's near here.
海の妖精
So,
王に現状の
yeah.
改善を求めるということか。
はい。ご不便をおかけしてしまいますが、もうしばらく時間をいただけないでしょうか。
許そう。くれぐれも王に失礼のないように。
承知しています。
It seems like Prince Aqua and Lady Isilla had decided what to do next. Is it really okay to ask Lady Isilla to do such tough work? I feel terrible. Rose glanced over to Aquasteed. Aquasteed smiled and stroked her hair. He's trying to tell me to leave the situation to them and to not worry. Is it really okay?
ローズ様。
お？
Oh, they said it will be okay, so not much we can do, right, girl? Suddenly, Isilla looked determined to tell Tiaro something. Hearing her serious voice, Tiaro sat up straight. Is she going to tell her?
海の妖精がティアラローズ様のお菓子を盗んだ原因は
Oh,
私にあるのです。
blue-haired waifu reminds me of someone so badly.
アイシラ様にですか？
はい。
Is she actually about to say so? Lady Isilla, is something wrong? Uh-oh. I can tell that she's suffering inside. If she's the reason, of course it's hard for her to tell me, but she's still trying to tell me the truth. That's more than enough for me. Tiaro stood up, approached Isilla, and knelt beside her. She smiled as she looked into her
アイシ
face.
ラ様、無理に伝えていただかなくて大丈夫ですよ。ですから安心してくださいませ。
ティアラローズ様、申し訳ありません。
お顔を上げてくださいませ。
Oh, Tiaros doesn't look troubled, so yeah, she seems like she's
そ
yeah.
んなに困っていませんから。
Can bake sweets anytime after all. It's much more worth speaking to see Lady Isilla being hard on
も
herself.
う大丈夫ですよ。アイシラ様。
ありがとうございます。ティアラローズ様。理由を言えない私はお許しくださって。
Isilla smiled at Tiaros. Tiaros, on the other hand, looked worried. I hope she doesn't push herself too far. Tiara still worried about Isla, left her place with Akosi to return home. Tiara is an early bird. She usually has something planned every day. So she gets up early to set her hair and wear her dress. Fiona always prepares me in the morning. When does she ever rest? Fiona was always full of energy. She had her light green hair and ponytail, and her sepia-colored eyes sparkled as she worked.
リリーね、全然お休みを取っていないわよね。
まあ、お気遣いありがとうございます、ティアラローズ様。けれど、私は大丈夫ですわ。ティアラローズ様のお世話をするのが好きなんです。
What's that supposed to mean? Fiona smiled joyfully as she continued to arrange Tiaros' hair. Tiaros took a sip of the tea that Fiona had prepared for her and reflected on her schedule for today. They have a small tea party in the morning, and after that I'm free. It's been a while since I've had a half day off.
リリーね、お茶会のお土産は用意できている？
ええ、可愛らしい形のマフィンを用意していますから、皆様満足されると思います。
ありがとう。今日招待しているのは伯爵家の令嬢3名だったわよね。
もちろんです。ティアラローズ様の作られたお菓子は見た目も味も評判がいいですから。それにしてもティアラローズ様こそ頻繁にお茶会を開かれてあまり休まれていませんが、大丈夫ですか？
大丈夫よ。心配してくれてありがとう、フィリーね。
To be honest, I do feel packed, but I have yet to learn about this country. By hosting tea parties, I get to know more about this country. Furthermore, with the knowledge, I want to help Prince Aqua. I wonder how many people are genuinely willing to help me out in this country. I must try harder to earn trust. Of course, if necessary, Aquaseed is willing to protect Tiaros at all costs. But Tiaros is still unaware of that. After a while of Tiaros and Fiona talking, it was already time for the so-called popular forest tea party.
ティアラローズ様、このお菓子とっても美味しいです。喜んでいただけてよかったわ。
ティアラローズ様は本当にお菓子作りがお上手ですのね。
私も今度挑戦してみようかしら。ええ、ぜひ。お菓子は作る過程も楽しいですから。
It's not like there are no sweets or the sweets here taste bad, but not many people seem to enjoy sweets. There aren't many patisseries here. I wish more people enjoyed sweets in this kingdom.
あっと驚くようなお菓子があるといいのに。ごめんなさい。私ったらはしたないですね。
そんなことありません。ティアラローズ様のお菓子はとても美味しいですし、これがマリンフォレストに浸透するのをとても楽しみにしていますわ。
いつかお店でも買えるようになれば屋敷でも楽しめますもの。
Indeed, it will be great if the amount of patisserie shops increase. There aren't many now, but I'm looking forward to it. If the shops increase, I will visit incognito and look out for new sweets. How fun is that? The ladies continue to talk about sweets and popular dresses. Tiaros noticed that they weren't much into politics. I wanted to hear their political opinions, but I guess women don't get involved in politics much, just like my previous world. Then how about fairies? Since the culprit of the cookies were fairies, I want to know more about them.
皆様はやはり幼い頃から妖精と共にいるのですか？
そうですわ。妖精の祝福は子供のうちにいただくことが多いのです。ですから、
Oh.
子供時代は外で遊ぶことが多いですわね。
なるほど。妖精がいるのは外ですものね。健康的ですし、素敵ですわ。
Let the cookies leave.
それに子供の方が祝福を受けやすいのです。大人と違い、 純粋ですから。大人。
Oh.
皆様はどの妖精から祝福を受けていらっしゃるのですか？
私は海の妖精です。
Ooh.
私もですわ。
私は空の妖精からです。
Huh. Two of them are from the sea
普段
fairies.
は妖精たちと何か話したりするのですか？
まあ、いいえ、ティアラローズ様、そう頻繁に妖精とお話ができるものではないのです。
I do head to bed since 3:30 a.m. I hope you have a good time not eating cookies. Yeah, if you need to sleep, feel free to do so. And you have a good night, Zuki Wookie. Have a great sleep. Yeah, thank you again for the raid. And yeah, have a good night. Thank you.
そうなのですか？
But the forest fairies came by my garden very often. I thought humans and fairies have active interactions. Come to think of it, Villainess is blessed by the sea fairies. Huh. She doesn't talk much about them. They are?
ティアラローズ様は森の妖精王に祝福されていらっしゃいます。それはとても特別なことなんですよ。
そうですね。他国から嫁いだ私に祝福をくださったのだもの。
This blessing is an honor. More than I
森
thought.
の妖精に祝福されているだけでも特別なのに、その頂点に立つ妖精王にまで。マリンフォレストに住む者は誰もがティアラローズ様に憧れていますのよ。ええ、これからも大事にしていきたいです。
The ladies continued to talk about the fairies, whilst enjoying their new sweets and fruits tea. Ooh, fruits tea. Ooh. After seeing the ladies off, Tia Rose headed to her small
今日
garden.
は午後の予定がないので、休みを使ってゆっくり読書が楽しめるわ。
Ooh, reading time.
せっかくのお休みなのに、読む本がこの国の歴史書や資料ばかり。果たしてお休みと言っていいものでしょうか。
そういえば、アクア様が私を見つけてくれたきっかけも読書だったの
Oh,
よ
he
ね。
told. Oh.
実はいつも図書館の窓からティアラローズ嬢が読書をしている姿を木陰で読書をしながら表情をくるくる変えている可愛い君を見つけた。
I was embarrassed to be seen, but I was very lucky and happy to be found. Tia Rose reminisced the times they had just met, and took a sip of tea. She started to engage in historical
結
documents.
構面白いのよ、この国。
Even though this world is based off an otome game, it's pleasing to see that the history of this country is depicted very well. I hear barking. I hear barking outside. So, do I need to BRB real quick? Let me... Okay, I don't hear much yet, so I'll continue for a bit. It may be a game, but it's also the reality. The more I learn about this country, the more I realize I'm living my life here. She went through the pages. She stopped at a particular category.
へえ、
Oh.
そんな時代があったんだ。
あら、何か面白いことでも書いてあったかしら。
Eh?
ええ、お菓子の大会があって。
This is my very own private garden. The voice wasn't Villainess nor Prince Aquasteeds. Who could it be? Even if Villainess is not around, Tarmo is supposed to be on his watch. There's no way someone can enter this garden. Before the arrows tried to find out who it was, she looked around and spotted Tarmo. He was on his guard as usual. Tarmo is at his usual place. He seems very surprised himself with this situation. What's happening? But how could anyone come near me without Tarmo noticing? The arrows turned around to see where the voice had come from and gasped. What she saw was utter beauty. Straight, sky blue long hair, golden eyes that seem to see right through everything. I don't think that's a she, but
ごきげんよう。向かいのお席借りてもいいかしら。
I think that's a he. The beautiful lady smiled and saw in front of Tiaro. She giggled and looked at her. What do I do now? Oh, I'm pretty sure Tiaros doesn't know this guy, so... Who are you? I have to confirm who this person is first.
あなたは
I don't know who she is, but I can tell that she must be a noble person. Tiaro, still confused, asked her. The lady answered her easily.
挨拶がまだだったわね。
Smash next.
私はクレンジュ。空の妖精王よ。
Yep. Yeah, I thought so. That's the Sky Fairy King. Trail smiled. Her long hair waved. The Fairy King? Can't believe I'm able to not only meet the Forest Fairy King, but also the Sky Fairy King. Tiaro's surprise immediately stood up. She knelt before the Sky Fairy King.
初めてお目にかかります。空の妖精王様。私は。
そんなに硬くならなくていいのよ。
Ooh. Ooh. CG. The CG. Krail, the Sky Fairy King, smiled. She doesn't seem to like stiff
楽
atmosphere.
にしてちょうだい。ほら座って。
Huh. Okay, so the game does refer to Krail as she, but the Sea Fairy King refers to Krail as he. So I'm like, could be both then? Krail glanced over to Tiaro's sweets. Could it be that she likes sweets too? Keith also enjoyed my sweets too, so
よろし
maybe.
ければ召し上がりますか？
ありがとう。嬉しいわ。
紅茶もご用意できましたから。
Hi, Pilone! Good, quick to get the note, prepared some tea for both
あ
of
りが
them.
とう。
どうぞ。
What an excellent maid, Pilone! I'm so proud! As Grail put milk inside her tea, Tiaro started to explain about her
これ
sweets.
は私が焼いたチーズタルトです。数種類のチーズを合わせて作っているので、そのまま食べるチーズとは違った味わいが楽しめると思います。
Tiaros had prepared cute bite-sized cheese tarts.
おいしそう。
Tarts.
チーズは大好きなの。
Ooh. Krail elegantly took a bite. Keith seemed to love my tarts, but I wonder if she would like it too. Tiaros waited for Krail's reaction.
やっぱり美味しいわ。
どうもありがとうございます。
I'm relieved. I'm happy to see people enjoy the sweets that I make. Anyways, why did she visit me so suddenly? I know that Prince Aqua is blessed by the sky, but Tiaro still threw her head. Their eyes met.
アクアスティードのお姫様を見に来たのよ。
Oh, he's visiting. She's visiting. He, she, I have no idea anymore. It's kind of confusing, but yeah. So it's a matter related to Prince Aqua? The moment Tiaros heard it, she got nervous, as if she was being judged. If the Sky Fairy King thinks I'm not suitable for Prince Aqua, what's going to happen? Tiaros shivered, her heart started to beat faster.
大丈夫よ。別に取って食べた
He
りしない
seems
の。
nice. Yeah, they seem nice.
すみません。私ったら。
いいのよ。突然来た私がいけないんだもの。でも、 バカンスティードの姫様がいいことよかったわ。
Aw.
ただ少し話がしたかっただけなの。
I'm relieved. Carol let out a sigh of relief. Now she was able to relax and enjoy her tea and
このお菓
sweets.
子にはティアラローズの魔力が宿っているのね。不思議だけど心地よい。
お恥ずかしい話ですが、私は魔法が得意ではなくて、唯一うまくできるのが、自分が作るお菓子にほんの少し魔力を入れることです。
Oh, I hear barking, so I'm gonna BRB real quick. I'll go and see what's happening. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Sorry it took a while. Had to deal with stuff, but yeah, I'm back. The Rose's love for sweets allowed her to put magic into them. Normally, no one would do so, making her sweets special. That's the reason why I stay so healthy. I can cure small wounds instantly.
別に何か食べなきゃいけないっていうのがないのよ。だからこんな美味しいものを作れることが羨ましいわ。
Frey looked a little lonely in Tiaros' eyes. Her smile looked somewhat fragile. I want her to enjoy more sweets. Sweets have the power to make people happy. I wish they had more attention.
私でよければいつでも力になります。美味しいお菓子もクレイル様のためにご用意いたしますわ。
ティアラローズ優しいのね。なら甘えさせてもらおうかしら。嬉しいわ。女の子の友達も欲しかったのよ。
You're not friends with the other fairy kings?
私もです。
I've always wanted a female friend too, but being the crown princess, I felt it was hard. I'm genuinely happy. Of course, Sky Fairy King is much more noble than me, but since King Krail had told me so, I might as well take her word. So, the spontaneous tea party turned out to be a delightful girls-only party. Since then, Tiaros often hosted a tea party for Krail. However, by the second time, Aquaseed started to join the party as well. Oh.
お茶会を開くときは絶対に私のことも呼ぶように。
Aquaseed strongly insisted that he join. With Aquaseed now joining, the tea party became much livelier. Today, the three of them were enjoying their time in the garden.
アクアスティードってば、せっかくティアラローズと女子会だったのに男子が入ってきたら台無しだわ。
よく言う。
タルモもアクアスティードを呼んでくるのが早いのよ。女子会じゃなくてすぐに3人のお茶会になっちゃうじゃないの。
今後もお茶会が始まり次第すぐに呼んでくれ。タルモ。
はい。
私は2人とお茶会ができて嬉しいです。
やだ。ティアラローズってば素直でいい子ね。
Krill tried to hug Tiaros, but Aquaseed immediately came between them and held Tiaros closer. As Aquaseed took Tiaros away from her, Krill puffed her cheeks. Aquaseed really glared at Krill. It was as if his eyes were restraining her. Tiaros was surprised at Aquaseed's sudden reaction. Her heart fluttered. I wish he could keep his hands until we're alone together.
恥ずかしいです。
でも顔は嬉しそうだけど。
Can't deny that it's true that I'm happy, but we mustn't be so lovey-dovey in front of the Sky Fairy King. Tiaros gently pushed Aquaseed. He stepped away.
アクア様、全然残念じゃなさそうです。
まったくラブラブなんだから。アクアスティードばっかりずるいわ。
必要以上にティアラの近くへ寄るな。私の可愛いティアラが減るだろう。
減らないわよ。
Real sighed. Aquaseed was still glaring at her. I'm grateful to be loved so much, but my heart can't take it.
そんなに束縛ばっかりする男は愛想つかされちゃうわよ。
ティアラに限ってありえないな。
Krill teased Aquaseed, but he smirked at her instead. He knew that Tiaros would never dislike him for being clingy.
私はティアラが大切だからね。話したりしない。
アクア様。
I'm never going to leave Prince Aqua. It feels good to hear the same from him.
もう、
But
グレイル様の前でそんな恥ずかしいことは言わないでください。
still blushing, Tiaros shook her head.
まるで百面相ね。
確かに。
ひどいです、お二人とも。
ごめん。ティアラがあまりにも可愛いからついね。
ほんと、アクアスティードにはもったいないくらい可愛いわ。
The small garden was filled with joyful laughter that whole afternoon. Oh. Okay, this is Isilla, I think. I will go meet the Sea Fairy King. Isilla was at the beach to fulfill her promise. Her promise she made with Aquastid and Tiaros. She used her magic to form a bubble around her and dove into the depths of the sea. The corals glimmer in sunlight. Isilla was aware how the ocean can be immense, yet scary. The waves were rough compared to usual. It was not her imagination that the sea looked strange lately. Isilla also noticed that the ocean water was cloudy as well. Isilla wanted to think it was just her imagination, but soon became so noticeable that people began to rumor about it. Being blessed by the sea, she felt unworthy of herself for what has been happening at the sea. First, the cloudy ocean water, then Tiaros' cookies. Things have not been good for her lately. She blamed herself for not being able to take care of the sea. Every day, she had been investigating on the sea fairies to report to Aquastid. The sea was like a playground to Isilla, but sometimes the weight of nature pressed heavily on her. She had asked the fairies not to steal from Tiaros, but they didn't listen at all. The only way to stop the incident was to ask the Fairy King to help. A task that seemed nearly impossible. Although Keith and Krail casually visited Tiaros, the Fairy Kings originally lived in places so difficult for humans to reach. Isilla was worried as she had never had the chance to meet the Fairy Kings. She was confident she was loved by the sea fairies, but that was another matter. She had a feeling that the chances of meeting the Sea Fairy King today were slim. To visit the Sea Fairy King, you must dive into the ocean. The water pressure makes it nearly impossible for ordinary people to reach those depths. The first requirement is to be blessed by the sea fairies. On top of that, you must know the exact route. Even if both conditions are met, the chances of meeting the king are still very slim.
こんな深くまで海に潜ったのは初めて。見たことのない新種の魚もいるわ。
Oh, we have an ad break? Okay. We have an ad break, so I guess I'll hydrate for a bit. Oh, let me check on something. Okay, we have 2 minutes, so yeah, let me mute real quick. I'll just clear my throat. My throat is kind of suffering from reading, but yeah. Ad break done. Deep in the ocean, it was dark and silent. After a while, Isila was able to recognize the palace of the king with her 2 eyes.
すごい。海の底にこんな宮があったなんて。
Sparkling coral spread all over the dark seabed, lit up the palace. The red colors of the palace shined. Isila silently approached the palace. Her heart began to beat faster. Must hurry, but thinking that I'm about to meet the Sea Fairy King, my body can't move. But I have to do it for Lady Tiaros' sake. Isila clenched her fists. She knocked on the door that lied beyond the gate. Isila prayed on her head. Slowly, the door opened. Oh, it opened, girl. She looked around, but not a single fairy was seen. The palace was silent. There's no sea water in the palace. It's easier to breathe here. Candles were set on the sides of the corridor. I see the water candles are for newborn fairies who can't breathe the air. Okay. As Isila headed forth, the door opened. It's like the palace is telling me which way to proceed walking. As Isila continued to walk, she came before a magnificent door, decorated in gold. It was clearly different from the other doors. The Sea Fairy King is definitely here. Withstanding the pressure on her, Isila slowly opened the door. As the door opened, the Sea Fairy King on her crimson throne was waiting for Isila. Her eyes were set directly on her. Ooh.
よく来たの、アイシラ。
Oh. Another CG. Isila immediately kneeled to greet the king with the utmost courtesy.
お初にお目にかかります。アイシラ・パールラントにございます。わらわは海の妖精王パール。よくこの宮まで参ったな。
Pearl covered her mouth with her fan. So she is the Sea Fairy King. What a beautiful lady. Her straight platinum blonde hair was cut perfectly below her shoulders. Her eyes, just like the other kings, were golden. Her layered kimono dress enhanced the beauty of her platinum blonde hair. She looks around the same age as me, but her real age must be much older. Yep. But I did feel a sense of closeness.
用は何じゃ？はい。恐れ多くも申し上げます。我が国の王太子であるティアラローズ・ラピス・マリンフォレスト殿下のことでございます。話してみよう。
Okay. Isila explained to Pearl that the sea fairies had been stealing Tiaros' cookies from her kitchen. Isila was especially careful not to be rude. After hearing her story, Pearl closed her fan and put them on her lips.
そなたの言うお菓子とは、ああ、あれのことか。
She lifted her fan to point to a direction. Isila looked up and gasped. Her cookies are thrown away? Lady Tiaros is always happy enjoying her sweets. She also shares them with me too. Can't believe my eyes. Even if the sea fairies hate her, it is too cruel. But I can't say anything to King Pearl. If I make her mad, the sea of this country will be a disaster. That should never ever happen.
なぜ 様のようなことを。
残念だがわらわはティアラローズが大嫌いでの。
Why does the king hate her? Did she start hating her recently?
なぜティアラローズ様のことがお嫌いなのでしょうか。
The sea fairies know that I have feelings for Prince Aquasteed, and that he married Lady Tiaro, so
ティアラローズはアイシラからアクアスティードを取った。アイシラを泣かせるティアラローズのこと大嫌い。
could it be that King Pearl dislikes Lady Tiaros for the same reason?
そうなんだ。妖精たちの祝福を得ここへ来られたからといってわらわの祝福を授かれるなどと思うでない。
Immediately the atmosphere turned intense.
申し訳ございません。
Isa's back was drenched in sweat, her body trembled. What is King Pearl thinking? I don't understand. She didn't answer my question. She's not easy to talk to.
時にアイシラ。はい。そなたティアラローズの周辺の様子には詳しいのか。
多少は。
Does she want to know about Prince Aquasteed? But King Pearl doesn't seem to care at all about my feelings towards him. Why would she ask that?
ではクレイルの様子はわかるかい。
クレイル様でございますか。申し訳ございません。その方は存じ。
Well, who could that be? Lady Tiaros has made this villain. Her guard is Tarmo, I remember. I don't know anyone named Trail from Prince Aquasteed's side too, or any aristocrat from this country.
なんじゃせっかくここへの道を開いたというのに。
申し訳ございません。
ま、よい。クレイルはわらわとお茶をすると言ったくせに。全くここへ来ぬではないか。
Girl is okay. Girl is jealous that the Sky Fairy King is visiting a human. Is hanging out with a human. Okay. As Pearl stood up from the throne, her shiny platinum blonde hair bounced. I still could tell she was getting grumpy. Does she think that this Krill person was taken away from her by Lady Tiaros? But I truly have no idea who that is. Maybe Prince Aquasteed might know? You could ask. I must confirm with him.
何も情報を知らぬならもうよい。
With Pearl's cold eyes and words at last, Isila was instantly sent back to the surface of the sea. Her encounter with the Sea Fairy King ended without much success. A few days later, Isila visited the Marineford Castle to report the incident. Tiaros had prepared some tea and cake at the guest room. However, the atmosphere was dull and tense. The members of this meeting were Tiaros, Aquasteed, and Isila. So,
妖精の王だからな。妖精たちに気に入られていても、王にまで受け入れられるということは難しい。そう落ち込むことはない。
はい。
Isila nodded helplessly to Aquasteed's words. Lady Isila, she must be very shocked to be rejected by the Sea Fairy King. I feel like she had the confidence that she could get along with the Fairy King too, since she's deeply loved by the Sea
アイ
Fairies.
シラ様、私も海の妖精たちにはあまりよく思われていません。ティアラローズ様、ありがとうございます。
I do feel lonely about the sea fairies not liking me, but it's brazen for me to want all the fairies to like me. Well, of course, as an otome game lover, I do have the desire to be loved by everyone, but have my beloved Prince Aqua by my side. I don't want anything more, and I don't need to be loved by anyone else. Lady Isilla seems really depressed. I really hope she can snap out of it.
その後、海の妖精王に会い、追い返されて。
Isilla clenched her fists on her lap. She slowly continued to
けれ
talk.
ど、私は妖精王の宮へたどり着くことを許されませんでした。宮はなく、ずっと海しかなかったのです。
アイシラ様。
Isilla started to tear up. Tiaros softly handed her a
ティ
handkerchief.
アラローズ様。
Isilla took the handkerchief and tapped her eyes
どう
gently.
かあまり思い詰めないでください。私としてはお菓子が盗まれるだけなので、そこまで問題だとは思っていませんから。
However, on the other hand, Aquasteed was very serious. My wife's belongings were stolen. I can't imagine what will happen next. I must eliminate all anxiety for her. Okay, man is overprotective. Got it.
私の方でも動こ
The moment Aquasteed spoke up, the atmosphere of the room changed. He was quick to notice what has happened.
う。クレイル。
遊びに来ちゃった？
クレイル様。
The sky blue hair and dark green hair wave in the air. Someone muttered beside
なん
Krill.
だ、俺のことは無視か？
Oh, the two of you. Both are here. The Sky Fairy King Krail and Forest Fairy King Keith both appeared at the same time. The arrows raised her voice in surprise. On the other hand, Isilla was tensed up with such noble fairy kings in the room. Isilla already knew Keith from Tiaros' wedding ceremony. Her instinct also told her that the person beside Keith, with sky blue hair, was probably the Sky Fairy King.
久しぶりだな、ティアラ。最近クレイルと茶をしてるって聞いたからな。元気にしてたか？
Yeah, greet him politely.
お久しぶりです。おかげさまで元気に過ごしております。結婚式以来ですね。再び森の妖精王にお会いできたこと。
堅苦しい挨拶はなしだ。ま、幸せそうで何よりだな。
I thought of greeting him formally, but as always, Keith doesn't like that. Yeah.
はい、おかげさまで。
After greeting each other, Keith plopped down on an empty chair and started pouring tea for himself. I would have poured tea for him, but expected of Keith, is it? Tiaros giggled. Keith drank the whole cup of tea in a chug, damn, and placed the cup
は
down.
したないわよ、キース。あなたも妖精王なんだから、もっと行儀よくできないの？
それより、今日は土産があるんだろ？
Souvenir?
そうね。今日はサンゴの紅茶を持ってきたんだったわ。
フィリーネ、新しいティーカップを用意してくれるかしら。
かしこまりました。
As Fiona left to prepare the cups, Tiaros took a good look at Krail's
聞いた
souvenir.
ことのない種類の紅茶ですね。
空の妖精王なのに、サンゴの紅茶なのか？
Aquaseed looked at Krail suspiciously. Fairy kings are usually connected to things of their own nature. Forest, sky, and sea. Corals are more of a domain for Pearl, the Sea Fairy King.
そうよ。とは言っても、パールからの頂き物なんだけどね。美味しいからお裾分けよ。
Is Isilla not gonna say anything? She just met that Krail guy that Pearl was talking about. She put the coral inside the teacup and poured hot water on it. A mild scent of the sea and sweet floral spread.
すごい。
でしょ？私のお気に入りだもの。でね、ミルクを入れても美味しくて。
Krail stood up to sit beside Tiaros to explain more about the tea. But Aquaseed came by to barge between the two. He pulled Tiaros closer and shooed Krail away.
アクア様？
ティアラは私の妻だからな。 あまり近づくな。
もう、アクアスティードってば釣れないよね。
What happened to Prince Aqua? He's being more jealous than usual. I mean, guy's your husband. I don't know, man. I don't know, girl. He normally isn't like this in front of people. Why doesn't he want me to be close with King Creo? I don't understand. Girl. Yeah, Rose tilted her head, unable to move from Aquaseed's arms. I'm embarrassed, but happy.
本当に溺愛してるわね。羨ましいわ。
Krill, are you forgetting about Pearl? Krill moved over to another seat and started preparing tea for everyone.
どうぞ。
ありがとうございます。
I still was surprised that Koros could be used to serve tea. She felt a little timid, but received the cup from Krill. I took pride in making the best corals in this country, but I didn't know they could be used like this. If I was like with the Sea Freight King, maybe I was able to learn
ほら
firsthand.
ほら。キースも適当なところに座っていないで、ちゃんと席について。って、そういえば突然お邪魔してしまったけれど。もしか
About
して
that.
忙しかったのかしら。
About that. After preparing the teacups, Krail looked around and asked. Normally, tea parties are held between Krail, Aquaseed, and Tiaros. Krail thought that it was some sort of important gathering since Isila was here.
大丈夫だ。
Aquaseed shook his head. Now that the Fairy Kings were here, he gave up on the reporting
それ
session.
ならば、改めてお茶会を始めましょうか。
Made a small splashing sound. Oh, there she is. There's the very jealous fairy. Everyone tilted their heads and looked inside Krail's teacup to find a miniature pearl. Is that King Pearl? I thought I'd never have the chance to meet her again. Isila's eyes opened wide.
いらっしゃい。
Krail smiled and held her teacup higher.
サンゴの紅茶を使ったら会えるかなって思っていたのよ。
Oh, so that's why. Pearl didn't say anything. She looked frustrated.
クレイル様？その方は…
ああ、ティアラローズは初めてだったわね。海の妖精王パールよ。
Yep. Surprised at their new guests, the arrows and Aquaseed quickly bowed to Pearl. Pearl ignored the two and glared at
パー
Krail.
ルってば、何をそんなに怒っているの？
わらわに指図するでない。男のくせにそんな格好しよって。
パール。
The arrows raised her voice in surprise. I can't believe this beautiful lady is a man. Wait, Prince Aqua was jealous of King Krail. Does it mean that he knew Krail was a man from the beginning? Girl, please. You just realized? Now I understand why Prince Aqua didn't want me meeting King Krail alone. He wouldn't have said that if he really was a lady. Anyways, the Fairy Kings are also unique and personality. Some Ikemen cross-dressing beauty and an old Japanese-style princess. It's like now being able to tell Clark Kent from Superman. As expected of the popular otome game sequel, I guess. Pearl shouted at Krail once again, made the splashing noise, and disappeared from the cup. Sir. Krail's voice turned into a little lower, a gender-neutral voice. He sounded lonely.
男嫌いだって言うから、この姿ならパールと仲良くできるかなって思ったのに。The
joyful atmosphere from the tea party turned tense and silent. What should I say to him? Does King Krail like King Pearl? It's not easy to cross-dress for someone who's just a friend. I mean, he does look like he enjoys us though.
まったく、お前はややこしいな。
アクアスティード。
Aquastine shook his head aside. He knew that Isila couldn't handle the situation anymore. Although she was the Duke's daughter, she shouldn't be
アイシ
involved.
ラ嬢、すまないが席を外してもらえないだろうか。今日は報告、ご苦労だった。
はい。お役に立てず申し訳ございません。本日はこれで失礼いたします。
Krill murmured, playing with his long
ティアラ
hair.
ローズに隠していたわけではないんだけど。
Sir, it was kind of obvious to me. I was just confused, but was kind of, obvious. Krill served another cup of coral tea and glanced over to Tiaros. I mean, yeah, it was fun talking with you, though.
いえ、私のことはお気になさらないでください。それに、
Yeah.
クレイル様とお話しするのは楽しいですから。
ありがとう。優しいのね。
Aw.
ティアラはいい女だろ
Okay, cute.
とっても。アクアスティードにはもったいないくらい。
As Keith chuckled and chugged his tea, Aquastine pulled Tiaros closer.
私の妻を狙うな。
アクア様。
ティアラは誰にでも愛想を振りまきすぎだ。
しっかり捕まえておかないとかっさらうぞ。
Sir.
キース、私はアクア様一筋ですから。
What in the world is he saying?
まあまあ。で、クレイルはどうするんだ？そんなにパールがいいか。
Huh. Is it King Krill's one-sided love? But looking at how King Pearl was acting, I feel like she has feelings for him too. Being kings of the sky and sea, maybe it's hard to see each other often though. I hope the two aren't misunderstanding each other. I feel bad about being all lovey-dovey with Prince Aqua.
そんな顔しないで、ティアラローズ。私は大丈夫だから。
お、クレイル様。
Yeah, Rose shook her head and put a smile on her face for Krill.
気にすることはない。
Aquaseed patted her
で
head.
も、
Yeah, Rose opened her mouth to object, but instead, sweets was plopped into her mouth. The person who did that was, of course, Aquasteed.
ティアラローズはゆっくりお菓子を食べて、幸せな顔をしていればいいのよ。
Krill smiled and continued to talk.
そうね。私はパールが好きだけど、パールは見た通り、男が嫌いでしょ？
Mm-hmm.
だから、私も嫌われているのよ。
Did you ever actually ask her? There's no way that's true. Tiaros cried in her head, but since her mouth was still full of sweets, she couldn't speak up.
まあ、あいつの男嫌いは筋金入りだからな。女装したくらいでは好かれないだろうな。
Okay.
でしょ？でも、私だって一生懸命だったのよ。
I think someone needs to push his back. Why not you do it? Tiaros, go. Tiaros gulped her sweets and tried to tell Krill that he was probably misunderstanding. But Aquasteed put his fingers on their lips.
ダメだよ。
Oh, I see what you're doing there. I see what you're doing. I see. You want them to realize it on their own. I see. Aquaseed smiled. Tiaros couldn't say anything.
し、ティアラ。
Yep. Yeah.
アクア様ですが、あれではクレイル様が。
Tiaros whispered and tilted her head. It seems like Aquasteed had other thoughts with the situation.
妖精王たちのことに、私たち人間がそう簡単に足を踏み入れるものではない。
Yeah, let them.
それは。
Then King Krill and King Pearl will continue to be unrequited. Tiaros felt dejected. She glanced over to Keith and King Krill, fussing at each other. Hope he realizes that King Pearl doesn't hate him. Besides, why isn't Keith telling him that? It's Keith. What do you expect? It's Keith. Yeah, Rose was mad at Keith too. She sighed. Although they're making a fuss out of the situation, they seem like good friends. Looking at how the two are close with each other, I guess an outsider like me shouldn't be nosy.
まったくキースは気楽ね。
面倒事はコリコリだな。
Fair. Neither do
い
I.
いわね。その性格。
Krail sighed and finished his tea. Then he took a bite of Tiaros' favorite cake.
美味しいわ。いいの。パールとはこれまで通りゆっくり距離を縮めていくんだから。
へえへえ、頑張ってくださいよ。
私たちの話はもう結構よ。さて、今日はもうダメね。帰るわよ、キース。
俺もかよ。
そうよ。二人はまだまだ新婚なのだから、私たちがあまり邪魔をするのも良くないでしょ。
その割に、お前はよく来るけどな。
As Aquaseed glared at Krail, he giggled.
そうだわ。パールに何か贈り物でもしようかしら。ねえ、ティアラローズ。近いうちに買い物に付き合ってくれないかしら。
お前な。
I mean, I would be happy to.
私でよければ喜んで。
Before Aquaseed could stop her, she nodded her head.
私も行く。
Aquaseed muttered with a sigh. And so, even though it once became tense, the tea party ended in a joyful atmosphere. Ooh, bathroom. After the extraordinary tea party with all the fairy kings appearing, Tiaros was enjoying her bath time, relaxing in her bathtub. Okay. Flower petals dance on the surface of the bathtub, giving off a floral scent. Tiaros closed her eyes. She was thinking about Krail and Pearl. Why aren't the two honest to each other? No, King Krail is probably too honest. He's trying to get closer with her, even if that means he feels the need to cross-dress.
難しいわね。
I have experience being worried and anxious about Prince Aqua too. I feel like King Krail is in the same situation. King Pearl
とい
too.
うか、男だなんてびっくりだわ。どう見ても完璧な美女だったのに。
I mean, fair enough. I actually almost lost self-confidence that a man can be this beautiful. Well, I guess it's expected of an otome game. At that moment, a thought crossed my
パール
mind.
様は私がクレイル様たちと楽しそうにお茶会をしているのが気に入らないのかな。
You're just realizing that now,
そ
huh?
うじゃ。
There she is. Suddenly, a voice echoed in the bathroom. Tiaros immediately knew where it came from. Pearl, with a frustrated face, appeared from inside the hot water. Yep. Tiaros was surprised. She heard footsteps approaching the bathroom, along with Aquaseed's voice that called her. Oh no, if I don't say anything, he's going to come
なん
inside.
でもありません。大丈夫です。悲鳴を上げればすぐに男が来るとは良い身分だな。
That's her husband, so that's normal. Kinda normal, but yeah. What's wrong with you? Pearl sounded harsh, but Tiaros noticed the envy in her eyes. What do I do? Should I be friendly?
パール様も一緒にお茶会をしませんか？何を言っておるのか。わらわがそなたと一緒にお茶などするわけがないだろう。
Okay, Sunday. Pearl's face turned bright red. She flung her arms and raised her voice. Can I push a little more? I don't know, how do you deal with tsundere
クレイル
girls?
様もお呼びします。そうすればきっと楽しいですよ。クレイル様、とてもパール様にお会いしたそうでしたよ。
誰が人間ごときと。
Okay. Tiaros invited her straightforwardly, but Pearl strongly refused. Huh, this is hard. What do I do? But I'm sure she's curious about us since she visited me here.
気軽に妖精王を茶に誘うなと、わらわはそれを言いに来たのじゃ。
She's not really inviting them, they're the ones going here. Am I inviting them though? Both Keith and King Krill come by without asking. Yeah, they just dropped by on their own. They didn't even have to tell anything. And of course, I shouldn't say that to King
今日
Krill.
はこれくらいにしてやるが、これ以上ひどくなるようならば、わらわにも考えがある。
She was blessed by those kings, so I don't know what to tell you, girl.
パール様、私は
黙れ。海の妖精王であるわらわに逆らうでない。これ以上、
Okay.
王にクレイルに近寄るでないわ。
Okay. Pearl rattled off and disappeared. Planning to go shopping with King Krill. What do I do now?
パール様って思っていたより可愛い。
Yeah, I mean, kinda a little bit annoying, but you know,
最初
yeah.
は妖
I
精
see.
王を
I
多く
see
言ってい
the
たの
charm.
に、最終的にはクレイル様の名前だけを挙げていたわ。
She's annoying to the point where I wanna shake her and like, girl, stop nagging. Listen for a bit. I will never take King Krill away from King Pearl. Will they realize they love each other anytime soon? Anyways, now that I know the reason, I don't mind my cookies being stolen anymore. I genuinely want to root for them. Yeah, if only Pearl could listen first before nagging. Think it's better to cancel the shopping for now. I could tell King Krill that I met King Pearl. Tiaro stood up to get out of the bed, and in that moment, Aquaseed probably heard Pearl's angry voice. Popped out of nowhere. Sir. Tiaro cried in embarrassment, and before she could think, she splashed hot water on Aquaseed. Chapter 3 now. Krill loves Pearl and Pearl loves Krill too. It was an obvious fact. However,
この恋愛、どうにもすれ違っているのよね。
Tiaro sipped her tea thinking about the
や
two.
っぱりどうにか手助けできないかしら。でも、アクア様はおっしゃっていた。
ダメだよ。妖精王たちのことに、私たち人間がそう簡単に足を踏み入れるものではない。
I understand his point of view, as humans shouldn't push our opinions to them too much, but...
ティアラローズ様、そんなに悩み顔でどうなされたのですか？マカロンをお持ちいたしました。
Oh,
大好きなスイー
macarons.
ツで気分転換なさっては？
Macarons. I really want to taste, taste macarons, but I can't find anywhere to buy one. How about you? Take time to unwind with
あ
some
りがとう、
sweets.
フィリーネ。そうね。両片思いのお二人がいて、なんとか力になれたらいいのに
Sag,
って
yeah.
思ったのよ。
Yeah, Sag.
まあ、それはそれ
Like
は。
actual authentic ones, I can't find any.
両片思い
So I'm
です
not
か。
really sure what they taste like.
でも、それはそれで楽しいのではないですか？
確かに、両片思いが甘酸っぱい思い出になるならばいいのだけれど。
That probably lasted not just a few years, but many, many more. That doesn't sound fun. Feel like King Krill should become more bold towards King Pearl.
フィリーネなんだか嬉しそうね。
ティアラローズ様は今までご自分のことで精一杯だったので、余裕ができたようで嬉しいのです。
確かにそうよね。私今まではいっぱいいっぱいだったわね。アクア様と正式な夫婦になったからこそ今は落ち着いていられるけれど、今ま
いいえ、とんでもないことです。そういえば近いうちにお買い物へ行くんでしたよね。予定を調
I
整して。
googled them. Because I didn't recognize the name. The coconut ones are really good. Macarons? There's coconut ones of them? I wasn't really sure what flavors there were. Now I want sweets too. Hey Dorian! Yep. Huh. I'll try to like research about it, I guess. But I'm not sure where to buy them because yeah, I do live in a province area, so there's macarons are really rare to find here. Wait, Google is showing me 2 different types. Oh. It's the cookie thing, I think. It's the one like that looks like it's sandwich fillings. Yeah, the one that looks like Oreo. The one with the filling in between.
Oh, それはやめたな。
やめたんですか？
ええ。
Yeah, Rose shook her head and recalled when Pearl visited her yesterday.
気軽に妖精王を茶に誘うなと、わらわはそれを言いに来たのじゃ。これ以上王にクレイルに近寄るでないわ。
Anyone would feel upset that some lady went on shopping with the person they like. I invited Prince Aqua too, but for King Pearl, that probably doesn't matter.
クレイル様にも早めに伝えないといけないわ。
あら、呼んだ？
Well. Okay, I'm thinking more about the ones that are on spear shape. I guess they are called the same. I think the one that they're talking about, that spear shape, is macaroons, like double O. The one they're talking about in the game is macarons, with just one O, which is more of a dessert, I think.
お買い物の相談に来たのよ。
Makes sense now, yeah.
どういうタイミングかしら。
Tia Rose held her head and sighed. I was thinking of asking Prince Aqua to decline the plan for me. I wasn't expecting King Krail himself to come. Keith is the type to come anytime he wants, but it's rare for King Krail to be rushing to make plans. Is it because it's a gift for King Pearl? If so, that's really cute. Everyone is adorable when they're in love. I mean, King Krail is a male, but...
フィリーネ、アクア様を呼んできてくれる？
はい。
グレイル様、少しお待ちくださいませ。
ええ。アクアスティードにも困ったものね。
Yeah, Rose smiled bitterly. She went to her kitchen to prepare some tea and sweets. Can't be helped if King Krail visited without us inviting, right? Yeah. Krail continued to speak to Tia
アクア
Rose.
スティードも私と二人になるななんて独占欲が強すぎる。
Well... Meanwhile, Tia Rose wasn't actually feeling bad about Aquaseed being clingy. Am I wrong for wanting him to monopolize me more? Damn, okay, girl. Okay, girl. Damn, that's a line. Okay, then.
あら、無用な心配だったわね。二人が幸せそうで、私も嬉しいわ。
ありがとうございます。
私も頑張って、パールへのプレゼントを選ばないといけないわね。女の子への贈り物って、どうしたらいいかわからなくて。
Oh, he's so clueless. Oh. Oh no, I can't tell him that I can't go shopping with him anymore. Oh god. But I also can't tell him that King Pearl is jealous about me seeing him. As the Arrows was thinking how she should tell him. Aquaseed came into the
昨日
room.
の今日で来るとはな。ティアラだって疲れてしまうんだから、もう少し自重してくれ。
やだ。私ったら失念していたわ。妖精王の私たちは、よほどのことがなければ疲れないから。
Fairy kings, compared to humans, have a whole other level of power and vitality.
私は大丈夫です。ですが、なんというか。
ティアラ？
ティアラローズ？
I must tell him that I can't go. Tiaros clenched her fist and looked straight into Krail's
パール
eyes.
様へのプレゼント選びに、私がついていくことは。
どうして？嫌になったの？
Oh, Krail, being the Sky Fairy King, affects the atmosphere and sky with his emotions. Tiara rose, twitched her shoulders. Aquaseed came by and held her close.
話は最後まで聞け。
そうね。ごめんなさいね。
私の言い方が悪かったんです。誤解をさせてすみません。好きな女性への贈り物は、他の女性が一緒に買いに行かない方がいいと思ったのです。
そういうことだったの。でも、私はパールに嫌われているのよ。だから意味がないと思うけれど。
She doesn't, sir. You are so clueless, sir. Krail murmured with a sad face. Tiaros thought for a while and opened her mouth. Yeah, still, I don't think she'll like that. Girl.
それでも、嫌だと思うのが女性なのです。
It's my opinion, but there's only Prince Aqua and King Krail's listening. Fiona won't interrupt our conversation too. She knows better not to. So there's no problem pushing my opinion as a lady's representative. He was thinking with fingertips on his
でも、
lips.
アクアスティードだって一緒に買い物へ行くのよ。
それでも、自分へのプレゼントは、その人だけに考えてもらいたいという乙女。
それが女性なのね。やっぱり、女性に意見を聞くのは大事ね。
Krail was surprised at Tiaros' point of
わか
view.
ったわ。それなら、一人で買い物に行ってみるわ。
いえ、いろいろと差し出がましいことを言ってしまって、申し訳ありません。
とても嬉しいわ。これからも仲良くしてちょうだいね。
もちろんです。
仲良くもほどほどにしてくれよ。
Aquaseed sighed. The two had completely shut off Aquaseed's murmur, enjoying their girls' talk. Sure, Krail did not look like a woman, but he was definitely a man inside. Aquaseed made sure to complain to Krail to not get too clingy with Tiaros later. Oh, okay. Okay, let's I'll try to at least get through this wall of text and then I'll go eat. After Krail visited Tiaros, he went to buy Pearl's gift alone. Aquaseed recommended shops the royals often visit. For Krail, shopping alone was a breath of fresh air. The show windows were lined with glittering ornaments and jewelries. As expected of the royal purveyor, everything were high quality. Krail smiled. Everything in the shop will look good on Pearl, he thought. He stepped into the aisle among the extravagant items. A coral accessory caught Krail's eyes. Pearl looked stunning with bright colors. Imagining her wearing this accessory, Krail felt a warm fuzzy feeling in his heart. He never realized how happy he would feel just thinking about Pearl wearing something he had picked out. Krail called over an assistant in a black suit. She took the coral accessories out of the showcase and placed them carefully in front of Krail, one by one. Krail pondered on what color to choose and came up with the idea that colors of the sky and ocean would be nice, white or blue. He knew that Pearl would be able to pull off any colors. As Krail pondered, the assistant recommended gradation colors as well. She took out one hair ornament made of corals that gradated from blue to white. Ooh, that's actually nice. There were strands that shimmered every time it moved. The bottom part of the ornament was completely white. Creel thought that this would look perfect with the vivid colored dresses that Pearl often wore. Creel made this promptly decided to buy this particular accessory. He wandered through the other showcases and found a pretty flower-shaped brooch. Ooh. This will definitely look good on tiaras. Creel thought. He told the shop assistant to wrap the brooch in addition. He decided to pick a matching flower-shaped brooch for himself too. Creel, why? No, you shouldn't. No. Creel chose a pink brooch for tiara so that it would match her lovely honey pink hair color. For a moment, he thought the Aquasteed might get jealous if he gave her a gift, but too late, he had already told the assistant to wrap it up. Creel then glanced over to pick a brooch for himself too. However, a creeping sensation suddenly seized him. Is something happening at the sea? Did something happen to Pearl? Creel rushed out the shop and immediately turned to face the sea. The people in town didn't seem to be aware of the situation yet. Creel bit his lips. As Creel was choosing a gift on the street, someone deep down in the sea, overwatching him, thought he was shopping for tiaras instead. Oh god, no. It got worse. All because he brought a brooch for tiaras, bro. You could have just went with the one gift for Pearl and then buy the brooch for tiaras, bro. No one had noticed yet, but the strange phenomenon of the sea was happening due to Pearl's emotional outburst. Oh, Jesus. The sky was bright, meanwhile the sea was cloudy and rough. The beautiful sea of marine forest had turned into a murky, eternal darkness. Aesila is the one who is most loved by the sea fairies. If something happens to the sea, she is the one to come forth. But the Sea Fairy King did not recognize me. In fact, she hates me. Once I was allowed in her palace, but after that one time I was never able to even get a glimpse of it. Can't do anything about this situation. Yeah. Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus. With matters regarding inside the sea fairies always come to Aesila to report or discuss it with her. The sea fairies are panicking. Something serious must be going on. Ah, boy. Aesila, surprised, immediately kneeled. I never thought I was able to meet the Sea Fairy King again. Uh-oh. Girl, she isn't. She's married, she isn't. Pearl came out to the surface of the sea and stared at Aesila with her cold eyes. At the same time, her eyes burned in anger towards Tiara Rose. Ugh, girl, you're too jealous.
そんなことお主が知る必要はない。これをやるから茶にでも混ぜればいい。
Pearl clenched her fist. She gave Aesila a small bottle with pink potion inside. I don't know what it is, but I can't refuse what the Fairy King had given me. You could. You know what's right and wrong, Aesila. Aesila received the bottle. She took a good look at what's inside, but she still had no idea what it was.
何のことはない。ちょっとした薬だ。 害はないし、効果もすぐに切れる。
Just a potion? I can't do such thing to the crown prince of this country? Yeah, isn't that like treason if you do something like that, girl? But I can't refuse the orders of the Seafarer King. What do I do? Tell Prince Aqua? Tell Tiaros? I still was distressed and worries. I can't drug the crown prince that I admire.
申し訳ございません、パール様。私にはアクアスティード殿下を裏切ることはできません。
Yeah, you know what's right and wrong, girl. Do that. Even though it may be no harm to him, I still would never want to do anything to him. Besides, I still have feelings left for him. Oh god. I still blurred her feelings out to Pearl.
これにそなたの血を言ってきたし、
Oh god.
アクアスティードに言わせれば、その心はそなたのものになると言ってもか。
I was gonna pity you, girl, but that line, okay, no.
それは
Bitch. This bitch. I still gulped and glanced over the small bottle inside her hands. Will this potion make Prince Aqua Steed fall in love with me? Or I said that was a temptation sweeter than honey. I know that's wrong. I know I have to get rid of this bottle as soon as possible, but maybe, just maybe, with this potion, Prince Aqua Steed might call my name in his kind, sweet voice. No, don't. Could he perhaps smile at me like he's always smiling at Lady Tiaros? Don't, please.
濃いブルーのサンゴの髪飾り、とても似合っているね。今日は仕事が早く終わったから、一緒に海辺でも散歩しようか。誰にも邪魔されずに、アイシラと二人きりで。
I still don't. Yeah, don't. Isila's body was trembling. The bottle in her hand shook. No, you're not weak.
そなたは妖精たちに愛されておるからな。それに近く
Pearl,
に
you
いたから
bitch.
都合が良かっただけじ
I
ゃ。
was gonna give you the benefit of the doubt, but yeah. King Pearl, what is she trying to do? I want to stop her, but Pearl gave off a cold, tense atmosphere. Isila was unable to say anything. Just then a voice reached Pearl, a voice that she had been longing.
一体どうしたの？
クレイル、わらわが話すことは何もない。
待ちなさい。
Pearl, who swept down from the sky, called Pearl, but she quickly vanished into the sea.
もう私の話なんて全く聞いてくれないんだから。
Pearl gazed into the sea and sighed.
一体何だっていうの？
Isila, please say something to Creole, please. Why can't she tell me the reason? Creole looked down. After a moment, he realized Isila was standing by. Creole is the information source for Aquasteed. He knows everything that's going on around the country. Therefore, he knew about Isila too. Why was Pearl with this girl? Isila was on her knees trembling. Seemed that she was needing to show her honor towards Krell, but...
アイシラ・パールラント。パールに何があったのか聞かせなさい。
Isila nodded silently. She started to talk about what Pearl had told her.
パール様はティアラローズ様がクレイル様をたぶらかしていると。
Yes, please tell him. Please.
たぶらかす？そんな。だってティアラローズにはアクアスティードがいるのに。パールってば何を誤解しているのかしら。
I had no doubt that Pearl hated him. He couldn't understand why Pearl would act like this in front of him.
他は何かない？
Girl, did you... Oh my god. Isila, you didn't tell about the bottle. What did I say? Yeah, you didn't say about the bottle. I still don't. Yeah, tell him. The moment I still opened her mouth, Krail
ア
murmured.
クアスティードはあんなにもティアラローズを愛しているのに。
A bitter sensation struck Isila's heart. I know that Lady Tiaros and Prince Aquasteed is deeply in love with each other. I do want them to be happy too. But I can't help feeling upset.
お城に行き
Girl.
ましょう。アクアスティードに報告しないと。
All of them were at duties inside the castle. Hiding her worried feelings, Isila nodded. Oh, Jesus. However, she still couldn't tell Krail about the potion she received from Pearl. Oh boy. Meanwhile, Tiaros, who was unaware of the situation at the sea, was enjoying baking cookies in her little kitchen. In this otome game world, people are able to use magic. Aquaseed, Hark Knight, Sakari, and Isila were excellent with them. I'm bad at using my powers, but there's one thing that I can do.
私にほんの少しだけ力を。
With the cookie dough in her hand, Tiaros chanted her magic. At that moment, the faint light shone from her hands. A glimmering ray of light beamed into the cookie dough. Tiaros smiled. After Keith has blessed me, baking sweets became much more easier. The sweets taste so much better than before. Is it because my magic improved, or is it because of Keith's blessing? I can't use ordinary magic, so I'm not really sure
アイシング
why.
クッキーも普通なら乾かすのに半日はかかるけれど、この魔法を使え
Oh,
ば
that's
す
cool.
ぐに出来上がる。
No more waiting time. Damn. I remember I was overjoyed when I first realized how convenient this magic was.
今日もうまくいったみたい。
Oh, we have an ad break? Oh, we have another ad
失
break.
礼します。あら、クッキーをお作りですか？
Okay. We have an ad break. I'm gonna go BRB for now and get dinner. I'll be right back. We'll try to finish this when I get back. Okay. Okay, what happened? I'm back. Oh. Iryu, hi. Thank you for the raid. Yeah, I was away getting dinner. Sorry about that. Took me a while to get back. And yeah, what happened while I was away? Me. There is. Yep. Yusuki? Oh yeah, thank you for the raid. Not sure what time that was, but hi. I was away. Sorry about that. And I hope you had fun with Replica. Yeah, I should like continue the story. It's almost at the end, I think. Welcome back. Hey Dorian, yeah. Just got dinner, so it took me a while.
そうなの。
まあ、その方をいよいよお使いになるんですか？
Villaine's eyes lit up when she saw the new cookie molds resting on the kitchen
そ
counter.
う。使うのが楽しみだったのよ。特注して作ってもらったクッキーの型。
Oh, custom-made cookie molds. Ooh. The cookie molds were in shapes of a human figure. One girl and one boy.
この型を使って焼いたクッキーをデコレーションして、みんなのアイシングクッキーを作るの。
Aww,
もちろん、
that's cute.
フィリーネのクッキーもあるわよ。
うわー、かわいい。これ私ですか？嬉しいです。
Yeah, Rose spread her dough as she continued to talk with
こうやっ
Villaine.
て一つずつ丁寧に型を抜いてから焼く前にアレンジしておくのよ。例えばアクア様なら単発だからこのままで、キースなら長髪だから生地を付け足してシルエットを似せていくの。フィリーネ、見て、このクッキーは形が綺麗にできたと思うわ。
まあ、可愛らしいです。どこからどう見てもアクアスティード殿下ですね。
クッキーが焼き上がったらアイシングシュガーでデコレーションして食べられる花を乗せてさらに可愛く仕上げる予定よ。
まあ、どんな風に仕上がるのでしょう。ワクワクしますね。それに、いろいろな材料があるのですね。これも、ティアラローズ様が正式な企画となったからでしょうね。
ドレスを仕立てる回数よりもお菓子作りの材料を仕入れるために商人と会っている方が多いかもしれないわね。
ティアラローズ様がお菓子好きという噂を聞いた商人たちがお菓子や材料をお城に持ってきますものね。
そうなのよ。それらを見ている時間が至福の時なの。気に入ったものは定期的に購入する契約も結んだし。
Marine Forest compared to Lapis Lazuli has a better selection of stores with ingredients. It fueled Tiaro's excitement and love for
このま
sweets.
ま行けば街にもっとお菓子屋さんが増えるのも時間の問題ですね。
もちろん。そうしたら全種類制覇しないと。
さすがに太りますよ、ティアラローズ様。
Villaine smiled bitterly, looking at Tiaros, fired up to eat all the new
それ
pastries.
もそうね。さて、とりあえずアクア様のクッキーはできたから焼きましょう。そうしたらこのアイシングを使ってデコレーションしないと。
そのアイシングシュガーの色も自然で素敵ですね。
花びらを使って色をつけているのよ。私も仕上がりに満足しているわ。
Tiaros and Villaine was enjoying their time at the kitchen. After a while, Tiaros was on her final batch, Grail's
あと
cookie.
はこのクレイル様のクッキーを焼いてデコレーションしたら出来上がりね。
Yeah, Rose heard a splash of water. Uh-oh. Just like the other day, Pearl appeared in front of Tiaros. Oh boy. Tiaros and Phelan immediately kneeled down to show
こん
respect.
なところでのんきにお菓子作りとは。そなた、それはクレイルのつもりか？
Why don't you learn how to make one then? Maybe give it to Krill. Pearl glanced over to the crow-shaped cookie dough left on the kitchen. Pearl bit her lips and pointed to Tiaros with her fan. Oh boy. It was too late. Pearl had already seen the
なん
cookie.
とわらわを侮辱する気じゃ。クレイルをたぶらかすなんて最低よな。わらわを愚弄して楽しいか、ティアラローズ。
That's not true though.
違います、パール様。今、他の方のクッキーも焼いているのです。決してクレイル様のクッキーだけを作ったわけではありません。
Tiaros hurriedly told her the truth, but Pearl wasn't listening. Bitch. Pearl scoffed and ignored her.
そなたが楽しくしていられるのも今のうちじゃ。
Pearl smiled triumphantly and pointed her fan to Tiaros. What does she mean by that? Tiaros didn't understand what Pearl was saying, so she stayed silent. However, her smile made her feel a little anxious. Something happening? Something that I'm not aware yet? I have a bad feeling.
わらわの苦しみをそなたも味わえばいいのじゃ。
Girl. Pearl left her words and disappeared. Don't give me the fucking fun and happy music game. Not after that. After Pearl vanished from the kitchen, Tiaros gave out a huge sigh. Tiaros crouched down on the floor. What did King Pearl mean by that? Tiaros thought for a while, but still had no idea. Villainess too sat beside
ティ
her.
アラローズ様、すぐアクアスティード殿下に相談しましょう。
そうね。それがいいわね。
Girl, yeah. Tiaros nodded and tried to stand up. Can't stay sitting in my kitchen. Tiaros stood up with all her might and lent Billionaire her hand to help her
あ
up.
りがとうございます、ティアラローズ様。
大丈夫。嫌な予感がするから、早く。
いかがされました？
Tiaros noticed the krill-shaped cookie had finished
クレイル
baking.
様のクッキー。せっかく焼けたし、持っていきましょう。
Only Krill's cookie wasn't decorated yet. I put my power inside to make these. It might come in handy if something happens. I hope nothing happens though. Okay. Tiaros called Armor over and headed to Aqua C's office. I really hope nothing happens. As Tiaros was about to reach Aqua C's office, someone called her from
ティア
behind.
ラローズ様。
Oh, I still hope you actually say
アシュラ
something.
様？
Tiaros turned around only to find Isilla was looking a little pressed. She had a small bottle in hand. Oh, she noticed. What happened to her? Anyways, I don't have much time to talk
とりあえ
outside.
ず、中に入りましょう。
Tiaros was a little worried about Isilla, but ordered the guards to open the door without saying anything to her. Inside the office, Aquaseed and his aide, Elliot, was working as usual. There were a few knights in the office as well. Did something happen? Usually, there aren't many knights working on this office.
アクア様。
Prince Aqua seems like his usual self. What happened to the knights? Tiaros silently eavesdropped the knights' conversation, heard something unresting. The sequel heroine, loved by the sea fairies, was the first to react. Nice to see getting murky. Is it Is this the reason why Lady Isilla seems depressed?
とりあえず二人とも座って。実は少し海がざわついてるみたいだ。
はい、存じています。
So it's true. Yeah, Rose remembers what the girl had told her early on.
まあ、そなたが楽しくしていられるのも、わらわの苦しみを、そなたも味わえばいいのじゃ。
Earlier, the only one suffering, thinking about that suffering. King Pearl indeed was acting strange. It's scary her emotions affect the sea like this. You know, that's why people who are blessed with the sea are treated differently here. If I were to mourn and suffer, I'm sure the forest fairies will be sad for me too. But what if that affects the forest as well as a whole? What if it will not bear fruits and berries anymore? How devastating. I'm pleased to be blessed with the fairies, but there's a fine line that connects us to despair. That's actually very scary. Tiara Rose trembled a little. However, she gathered herself together and tried to talk with an uplifting
お茶
voice.
を用意しましょう。こんな時はまずは落ち着くことが大切ですものね。
手伝いますわ、ティアラローズ様。
Isilla? Tiara started preparing for some tea with the teapots already set in the
ティアラローズ
office.
様、ポットを貸してくださ
Oh no. Isilla, don't. Yeah, Rose tilted her head. She was planning to ask me to prepare hot water in the
ま
pot.
だお湯は入れていませんけど。
Confused, Tia Rose handed the pot to Isilla. As Isilla took it, Tia Rose was about to witness her amazing magic
い。生命
powers.
の水よ。
Okay, so it's just water. Isilla filled the teapot with water and quickly boiled it. A warm, dim light and the scent of sea spread from Isilla. How convenient. If I was able to use this magic, I would enjoy tea time
ありが
anywhere.
とうございます。
いいえ、私はこれくらいしかお役に立てませんから。
That's not true? Not really. Girl, you gotta speak up
何をおっしゃいま
though.
すの？アイシラ様。そんなことはありません。アイシラ様はいつも一生懸命で、もっと自信を持ってください。
Yeah, Rose encouraged
ティア
Isilla.
ラローズ様、ありがとうございます。
アイシラ様も海のことで何か不安があるのでしょう？でもこういった時は落ち着くのが一番です。
Girl.
こういった時は美味しいお菓子を食べて落ち着かなければいつも回る頭も回りません。これは私の持論ですけれど、なかなか理にかなっていると思いませんか？
Sweets are like magic to me. Sweets and tea make me so fulfilled, and it also calms me down at any time. That's why Tiara Rose was unable to notice, or maybe she had completely lived in Isilla. She was unaware that someone was to carry their mischief onto the sweets. Yeah, Rose didn't notice that Isilla had poured the potion into the tea. Jesus Christ, Isilla. For a while, everyone gathered to report on the current situation. Elliot also came back from the sea to report what he had seen to
直接
Backseating.
見てきましたが、いつもは輝いている海がやはり濁った色に変化していました。
そうか。海は海の妖精王の感情を引き受ける。
はい。
As Aquasteed was analyzing the situation, Isilla clenched her fist and looked down. Something's wrong with Lady Isilla. Is she blaming herself with the situation? She looks very upset. Oh boy. But I don't know what to tell her. A foreigner. I can't reassure her about the fairies and nature of the country like I know about it. It would be a fool of me to say anything without proper knowledge, especially in front of Prince Aqua. After Elliot finished his report to Aquasteed, he glanced over to Tiara
ティア
Rose.
ラも何かあったんだろ？
先ほど パール様がいらっしゃいました。
Yeah, Rose answered. She started to talk about the encounter she had with
ひ
Pearl.
どく不機嫌な様子で、私にクレイル様をたぶらかすなとおっしゃって。
何度わらわを侮辱する気じゃ。クレイルをたぶらかすなんて最低よな。
今はどこにいらっしゃるのかわかりません。
Maybe King Pearl is visiting King Pearl right now. Unfortunately, I don't have the power to confirm
とりあ
that.
えずクレイルと海の妖精王に会うしかないか。エリオット、すぐに馬車の用意を。
わかりました。
Elliot hurried out the office with the knights to prepare the
私とエリオットは馬
carriage.
で行くから、ティアラとアイシラ城は馬車でゆっくりと追いかけてきてくれ。
わかりました。
いろいろと立て込んで悪いが、早急に解決させなければいけないな。海はこの国の宝だ。
Uncle Steve let out a long breath and took his cup of tea. Oh. The moment Uncle Steve was about to take a sip, someone screamed. Oh. Shouldn't have done it. I can't believe I poured the secret potion of the tea inside this teacup. What have I done? Isila, please, you know it's wrong.
俺にそなたの血を言ってきたし。
Also, we have another ad break, but
その心はそなたのものになると言っても。
girl, I said that was temptation sweeter than honey.
アイシラ、アイシラ。
I thought that if Prince Aquasine loved me, I'd taste the happiness sweeter than candy. But I thought such foolish things. It was so stupid of me. Now my heart aches, wishing I hadn't done that. Yes, go tell him.
紅茶を召し上がらないでください。
The situation didn't go as planned. Before Aquasine could fully understand her words, he took one gulp. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Can't believe I didn't realize how serious this mistake was until it was too late. Uh-oh. The room was aghast at Isila's scream. She was usually a quiet, calm
アイ
lady.
シラ城。
どうしました？
Was there something inside the tea? Narrow tilted her head. It's just a normal tea that we prepared together just a while ago. Lucy was thinking the same. Tilted his head and looked at the arrows.
私、アクアスティード殿下の紅茶に海の飛躍をしてしまいました。
Tears rolled down from Isila's orange
海の
eyes.
飛躍？
それは一体どういうものですの？
The arrows rubbed Isila's back, calmed her down. Isila couldn't stop crying.
惚れ薬だそうです。
は？
Isila answered the arrows, frantically wiping her tears with the back of her hands. Love potion? I mean, girl. Girl, about that. I mean, that's coming from you. Yeah, it's the otome game world. No surprise there's a love potion. Also, we have fairies. I don't know, man, there's magic. The moment she accepted the fact, Rose's mind and body froze. So Prince Aqua just took a sip of the love potion, so does it mean that Prince Aqua is going to fall in love with Lady Isla? It can't be. That's such an atomic game event. It's going to bond the two together. And it's happening right in front of me. Oh, that's gonna hurt. Rose was in the depths of despair. It's just when her eyes welled up, Aquasine softly spoke
泣
up.
かないで。
アクアさん、
アイシラ。
Uh-oh.
泣かないで。
Oh, no. His deep, sweet voice called Isila's name. A voice which he usually used to call Tia Rose's name. Hearing Aquasine's voice, Tia Rose and Isila looked up to him. Aquaseed smiled and gently called Isilla, who looked as if she were about to be crushed by
大丈
guilt.
夫。
Who would have thought that this would happen? How long will God keep giving me such harsh trials? Rose and Isilla were sitting beside each other on the sofa, with Aquaseed in front. And now her beloved eyes of Prince no longer reflected
ア
her.
クア様、
うん。ティアラはちょっと黙
Oh
っていて。
shit. Rose called his name, but she was quickly shut out by his blunt reply. His eyes, they're different. And he's not the Prince Aqua I knew. Bro. Rose felt her eyes water. I know he's like this because of the potion, I understand that in my head. Aquaseed suddenly reached out his hands from across the room. Of course, hands were in the direction of Isilla, not Rose. Oh. Rose wanted to scream, but she couldn't move. Back was drenched in sweat. Well, what would you say then? Just in that moment, harmony broke in between Aquaseed and
アクア
Isilla.
スティード様。
なんだ。邪魔をするな、タルモ。
Yuno, who is usually reserved and silent, and back rushed to grab Aquaseed's hand with a frown on his face. Aquaseed looked frustrated. He tried to brush Tarmo off, but Tarmo didn't
海に
budge.
行くのでしょう。
Tarmo can... Yeah.
ああ、そういえば、一刻も早く海に行かないといけなかったか。
そうです。ティアラローズ様とアイシラ様は自分が護衛してお連れしますので、アクアスティード様は先に馬に向かってください。
馬では行くけど、アイシラも連れて行く。
Aquaseed, no!
二人乗りはたやすいし、アイシラは海の妖精に好かれているんだから。
He's telling me to go alone.
準
Damn.
備しよう。
Lady Isilla is crying. I can't do anything about this
アイシ
situation.
ラ様。
Rose turned to Isilla, but gasped when she saw her facial expression. Isilla was crying, indeed, but her cheeks were flushed in delight. Girl. Oh.
私はティアラローズだけが大切なんだ。ごめんね。アイシラ嬢。
誰よりもお幸せになってくださいね。
Prince Aqua already chose me over Lady Isilla. She even congratulated us. Since Aqua's eyes reflect only her now, she's looking at him so happily too.
アクア様。
ん？ああ。ティアラは別に城で待っていてもいいよ。
Save here, yes. Just in case I need to go back and do other routes, I'm gonna save there.
いえ、ご一緒します。
That is absolutely sad though. Yeah, Rose wanted to tell him so, but her lips trembled instead. Aquaseed reached over to Isla again, but suddenly
ア
stopped.
クアスティード殿下。
Girl! Her voice sounded happy, but soon she hurt. Girl! It was only for a brief moment, but it was as if Appleseed was refusing to touch her. His face contorts in pain. Does Prince Aqua still remember me? Oh, yeah. Yeah, Rose promised herself. Just in that moment, Elliot rushed back in the
アクアス
office.
ティード様、準備は整っていますから。
ああ。
Oh, Jesus. He's not aware of what is happening. Elliot, Same, please.
早くしてください、アクアスティード様。私たちは先に行きますから、ティアラローズ様はタルモと来てください。
はい。
Elliot and Aquastine rushed out the office. All Tiaros could do was nod. Standing beside Tiaros, Normal was stunned. Normal, yeah, you tried your best.
私たちも行きましょう。アイシラ様も。あまり時間がありません。
Tiaros was relieved that Isila was able to communicate. She sounded soft yet firm. What do I do now?
とりあえずこれからのことは馬車で移動しながら考えましょう。
No, that's what we can only do, I guess. Normal urged Tiaros and Isila, who was still in confusion. Meanwhile, Aquastine and Elliot were on their horses, along with a few knights, galloping the streets of Marine Forest to go to the sea. I don't want to call her name like that. Aquastine shivered, murmuring his cold voice towards Tiaros. Okay, so deep inside, he is still kind of aware.
お前が来てくれてよかった、エリオット。
If I continue to stay like this, I'm going to hurt Tiaros. No, I already hurt her enough. I think I spared the worst for now.
本当ですよ、まったく。アイシラ様に触れようとか、何考えているんですか、アクアスティード
It's okay, he
様
knew.
まったくだな。
So frustrated myself, following what I had just done earlier.
黒く濁って。
Oh.
魚は
Hey, Krell, I think you need to do something. Aquastine was picking up words from the citizens as he galloped through the town. Elliot continued to explain what was going on around the sea and town.
街ではかなり噂が広まっています。海の妖精王の怒りを誰かが買ったのだと。
最悪だな。
私としては惚れ薬を飲まされたアクアスティード様の方が最悪です。
わかってる。
Aquastine grinded his teeth. Aquastine's age, Elliot does not have a surname. Despite his laid-back demeanor, he excels in undercover work. It was no coincidence that Elliot appeared in the office just in time before Aquastine was about to touch Isilla. Elliot really helped me out on this one. He came by just in the right timing before I could make the biggest mistake. As expected of Elliot, he was extremely fast in preparing the horses and carriage as well. While Aquastine thanked Elliot in his heart, Elliot asked him a question.
実際はどうなんですか？
今は比較的落ち着いているが、アイシラ城を目の前にするとやばいな。
Yes. So, yeah, okay. So only if Isilla is around. Aquastine's expression turned stern as he gripped on the reins of the horse tire. That even a single potion can swing my heart like this, even if I had loved Tiara from the bottom of my heart. Right now, my head is occupied with Isilla. At this rate, I'm going to end up hugging her. Aquastine, no. I'm sure it's not something that a human being can
アイシ
handle.
ラ様は海の妖精王から賜ったのでしょうね。
だろうな。
Fairy won't have access to such potions. I thought it was better not to interfere with this quarrel between kings, but
クレイル、自分の大切な人くらいちゃんと捕まえておけ。
well, man was kind of dumb enough to do something that actually upset the other, so yeah. Well, I can't say much since I drank potion myself. Yeah, we're kind of carefree for that, so I want to hug Tiara so bad, but my heart isn't feeling it. I want to call her name, but my mouth speaks differently. I'm scared. Aquastine continued to gallop to the sea, trying to clear his mind. Thanks for the hydrate, Tatsuya. Hey, Tatsuya. that brings us to a while before Aquacina arrived at the beach. How's it going? Going fine. I got dinner, so I'm ready to finally finish the game. Forest and Skyfair King, Skeet and Creo standing by the seashore looking around.
海の色がひでえな。
パール。
And I'm guessing that none of them could go underwater and actually appear there. Creo? Why do you ask? Ah!
2回目か。
Oh, audio is a bit scuffed. Nope. Okay, is that better? The audio a bit better now? There, okay. The sea was usually filled with fishes swimming inside the clear water. However, the color of the water was now dark, as if to reject everything from the depth.
さて、どうしたものか。
本来は妖精王同士、互いにあまり干渉しないもの。
That's because the powers of each individual kings are so great. By interfering, they are afraid it might collapse nature's
こうい
balance.
ったことは人間と妖精王でどうにかすべき事柄ではあるけれど。
つってもクレイル、今回の原因はほとんどお前だろ。
Yeah, Krail and Pearl.
一体どうしてこんなことになってしまったのかしら。
Sir.
パール様はティアラローズ様がクレイル様をたぶらかしていると。
Yeah, I still already told you, Krail. What does Pearl mean by Tiaros seducing me in the first place? Oh my god, that guy is so dense. Man, so dense, help! Send help! Pearl really said that I'm allowed to get my hopes up. He is so dense, someone save me. I can't ask her directly if she got jealous about me and Tiaros.
そうだ。いいこと思いついたから協力してよ、キース。
What do you mean it's our nature? This guy is a fairy king. He's not even human.
は？お前の責任なのに、なんで俺が尻拭いをしなきゃなんねんだよ。
キース。
He tried to refuse, but looking at how serious Krill was, he sighed.
今回だけだぞ。
キースならそう言ってくれると思ってた。ありがとう、キース。
He is so man. Bro, Keith is more. It's not even dense like him. Krill took a deep breath and looked up in the sky, which also was his
こ
embodiment.
の国はきっといい国になるわ。
ああ。
だからこれは私たち王からのプレゼント。
そうかよ。
Krill giggled and continued to wait the beach for Aquasea to come. Meanwhile, Aquasea and Elliot was still on their way to the sea. Jesus, why is it taking so long? At first, he had no problem riding the horse. However, at first, it was only difficult to control my emotions after I drank the potion, but now I can even ride properly. If anything, he's actually more mature because he is fairy. But jokes aside, I'm kind of upset at how dense he is. Like, bro, you're causing so much trouble as well for other people. That the girl he likes is actually so jealous about another girl that girl is willing to sabotage someone's married life just because she's jealous. My bro. Gradually, Aquasteed started to lose breath. He was in so much pain that he couldn't maintain his posture riding the
ア
horse.
クアスティード様、少し休みましょう。
Elliot called from
今は
behind.
海へ行くことが先決だ。
Aquasteed shook his head. I've read in historical recording that the sea changed its color just once before it was about 700 years ago. It was said in the records that King Pearl more than turned the sea into darkness, made corals and fishes. Oh, I don't know the sea. I don't know how the sea returned to its normal form, but the story is told as one of the biggest threats in Marine Forest. After that incident, Marine Forest was extremely careful about keeping the peace of mind of the Seafaring King. Like, I'm just gonna say, the Seafaring King is valid to have emotions, but dragging others into your problem is you know, bitch. It's a bitch move.
それなのに、まさか私が生きているうちにこんな日が来るとはな。
Just because you have a temperament of a kid, I guess. If the fishes vanish from the sea, the people will have problems with food. I will even want to think about the other effects. You have to get there as quickly as possible. Well, if you are able to even get there right away. Aquaseed tried to grip on the rein tighter, but he had very little strength
ア
left.
クアスティード様、
Oh. Aquasteed, losing his breath, leaned forward and collapsed from his horse.
ここは私に任せて先に海へ向かえ。
Elliot ordered the knights to go to the sea and rushed beside
しっ
Aquasteed.
かりしてください。だから一度休もうと言ったじゃないですか。アクアスティード様、一体どうされたのですか？
I can hear Elliot's voice, but I can't speak properly. So this is a secret potion of the sea. I know in my mind it's nonsense, but my body's... Oh, Jesus. Yeah, the fucking potion is trying to sabotage his married life, bro. Elliot rushed to tie the horse onto a tree nearby. He helped Aquasteed up and made him sit down for a
ア
while.
クアスティード様、
大丈夫だ。一刻も早く海へ。
全くそうは見えません。
I think it's better to return to the castle, but Prince Aquaseed probably won't be able to ride a horse anymore. Besides, he won't want to return. However, not only was Aquaseed breathing heavily, he was also sweating. He held onto his shoulder, which he had hurt when he fell from the horse. He looked up to see the Black Sea in the distance.
私がもっとしっかりしていれば。
Elliot handed him a water bottle. Aquaseed took the bottle and started drinking
海に
slowly.
行くのであれば、早く体調を整えてください。
わかってる。
厄介ですね、それ。海の飛躍が関わっていると私は予想しますが。
ああ、最悪だ。直し方は海の妖精王かクレイルが知っているかもしれない。
そうすると、やはり海へ行くという選択肢しかありませんね。あと少しの距離ですが、今のアクアスティード様が馬で海まで行くのは。
Elliot saw a carriage coming by. It was Tiaro's AC. Oh
ナイ
shit.
スタイミングですね。アクアスティード様、お待ちください。
Uh-oh. I don't think that's a... Oh, no. Noticing something was going on, Tiaros was the first to get out of the carriage. She rushed to Aquasteed.
ティアラ。
はい、私です。具合が悪いのですか？すぐ後ろに。
Tiaros reached out to Aquasteed, but his body twitched as if he didn't want to... He doesn't want... Oh, Jesus. That's, A horrible sensation struck Tiaros. She quickly withdrew her hand. The sweat trickled down her back. No, it's because of the potion. This is not Prince Aqua's will. Yaros tried to calm herself down, but she couldn't help but feel shocked.
申し訳ありません、アクア様。
Yaros shut her eyes closed. Can't look at him anymore or else I'm going to cry. Bro, girl, I'm gonna cry for you.
私は大丈夫ですから、お気になさらないでくださいませ。
Of course, I'm not fine, but I know that Prince Aqua is struggling even more. Can't whine about this anymore. I still, oh god. Scylla saw Aquasteed sitting on the ground from the window inside the carriage. Scylla gasped, looking at Aquasteed slumped over, breathing heavily. She walked slowly towards him as if she was lured. Oh god. However, Tiaros did not have the energy to tell her so. Because slowly, Aquasteed was reaching his arms to Scylla. Oh god. Yet again, the love of her life whispered another lady's name. No, I don't want to see this. Please. Please help somebody. Aquasteed reached to Scylla's cheeks. Just then, Tiaros had a flashback of what Aquasteed had told her. Oh. Which one?
待ってください、お父様。私、あかり様とお話がしたいです。お父様、あかり様とだけでいいの。
仕方ない。そこまで言うなら許可しよう。ただし、条件がある。
はい。わがままを言ってしまいすみません。
いや、ティアラのわがままを聞くのは大好きだから。
すみません。
いや。
That was just before the unveiling ceremony when Lady Akari visited me. I remember Prince Aqua saying he wouldn't mind me being selfish and that he wanted to spoil me. He told me that there was no problem with that. Prince Aqua, can I be selfish again? Even if I told you so, maybe you won't understand me right now. I don't want to let this slide. I mean, he's your husband. I think it's fair for you to do something, right? Girl, like, if you don't do something, I'm gonna cry for you. Yaros clenched her fist. She gathered herself together and took a deep breath. She opened her mouth.
私は、アクア様が世界で一番大好きです。
As Yaros shouted, Aquasteed opened his eyes widely. Yes, boys. What was I thinking? Can't believe myself for trying to touch another lady despite loving Tiara so much. Can't stand my body. It's so frustrating. I must do something about this. Aquasteed reached inside his pocket and rummaged through it to take out his knife for self-defense. Gave all his might to force his hands to take the knife out and stab his thigh. I mean, if that stops it, then I guess sure. Both Tiaros and Isila screamed at the same time, looking at blood dripping from his legs. Tiaros covered him out. I think that's the only way he thinks it will work, but a deep, sweet voice reached her ears.
Tiara.
Did that actually work? I don't know. So... Oh, there's actually blood. There's actually blood there. In that moment, Tiaros was filled with Aquasteed's scent. Then she felt his warmth. She noticed that he was hugging her. Her eyes swelled up. She felt like she was going to melt in happiness just by hearing his voice. Hi, he must be in love with Lady Isula right now. This warmth is so relaxing.
もしかしたらもう二度とアクア様を感じることができないのではと思っていました。
大丈夫。ティアラのわがままを聞くのは大好きだからね。
Aquaseed was still breathing heavily, but he pulled Tiaros closer, held her tight, as if to tell her he will never let her go. Did he stab herself so that he won't be controlled by the potion?
私はいつもティアラを不安にさせてしまうな。
そんなこと。
あれだろう。薬に負けそうになるなんて自分が不甲斐なくて許せない。
Buried his face on her shoulders and muttered in a painful
アク
voice.
ア様は全く不甲斐なくなんてないです。
ありがとう、ティアラ。
Hearing Tiaros's words, Aquaseed was able to smile a little. As Tiaros and Aquaseed embraced each other, Elliot and Isla was watching the two relieved.
なんというか、アクアスティード様らしいですね。
ええ。今回の件の元凶となった私が言うのもなんですけれど、お二人にはいつも笑顔でいてほしいと思いました。
Girl, yeah, you still put the potion in there. Elliot sighed and called
アクア
Aquaseed.
スティード様、そろそろ海へ行きましょう。
わかった。
Tiaros stood up and helped Aquaseed get on the carriage. Well, apparently stabbing his leg worked. Okay. While the four of them was riding on the carriage, Aquasteed continued to hold Tiaros' hands. However, the love potion wasn't cured yet. Aquasteed's face contorted in
ア
pain.
クア様。
大丈夫だ。
Tiaros glanced over to Aquasteed with a worried face. He responded with a smile. As they arrived at the sea, everyone could not believe their eyes when they saw how much the sea had changed.
真っ黒ですね。
そうだな。ここまでひどいありさまになっていたとは。
The beautiful sea of Myron Forest was nowhere to be
ア
found.
クアスティード。
Trail.
ティアラ、
As Tiaros was sunk in thought, the fairy kings came by and called the
ク
two.
レイル様、キース。
あなたたちが来るのを待っていたの。
私たちを。
ええ。ティアラローズ。パールが迷惑をかけてごめんなさいね。
Oh yeah, they are. Trail frowned. Tiaros slowly shook her head.
いいえ、私も配慮が足りなかったのです。パール様だけが悪いわけではございません。
Tiaros tried to smile but failed. This place is normally very peaceful, but I can feel the tension on my skin right now. Tiaros felt her heart starting to beat faster. He held herself tight in anxiousness.
大丈夫。
Aquaseed came up to Tiaros and hugged her to comfort her.
私のそばから決して離れないで。ティアラのことは私が守るから。
ありがとうございます、アクア様。
Tiaros nodded and held on to
俺
Aquaseed.
もいるぜ、ティアラ。
Keith!
キース。
アクアスティードには私がついていてあげる。
クレイル。
辛そうだけど何かあったの？
Is someone gonna tell him? Trail asked Aquasteed, but soon he realized what was happening to
仕方
him.
のないか。
Yep, yeah. Trail muttered, thinking about Pearl.
ぜひパール様と話し合いをしてくれ。
Although the knife helped him keep his sane, that was all he could say to Trail. Anyways, what can we do to make the sea return to its usual color? I'm guessing that only the Fairy Kings know. Us human beings can even guess.
早く綺麗な海に戻ってほしい。
As the arrows prayed for the sea, Keith gently patted her head.
ティアラ、どうして妖精王が3人いるかわかるか？
わかりません。
I've never even thought about such thing. But true, a single fairy king would have enough power to manage all
も
nature.
し妖精王の誰かが迷い、苦しみ、自然を歪めた時に、それを手助けするためだ。
正確には、残り2人の妖精王に祝福された人間が癒すのよ。
Oh. Not only Tiaros, but Aquaseed too was surprised of the new fact they heard.
そんな事実があったのか。
そういう意味があったのですね。
私の祝福を受けているアクアスティードと、キースの祝福を受けているティアラローズの魔力で海を癒せば、元に戻るはずよ。
Okay.
なるほど。
Wait.
この広大な海を私たちの魔力で癒す？アクア様はともかく、私では魔力が足りないです。
やるしかねえんだよ。
Yeah, what he said. Wasn't expecting such huge event for the villainess coming. Yeah, Rose was anxious. She felt warmth on her hand. Was Aquasteed. He held her hand and smiled at her.
大丈夫だよ、ティアラ。私を信じてくれる？
アクア様。
Prince Aqua always listened and believed in me. Now it's my turn to believe in him. Tiaros nodded strongly. She held back his hands tightly. The two fairy kings encouraged them too.
私たちもいるから、協力は惜しまないわよ。
Krill winked. Tiaros responds with a smile. Aquaseed faced the sea and called the fairy king's
ク
name.
レイル。
空の妖精王の祝福をアクアスティードマリンフォレストに。期待しているわよ。この国の王になるあなたの力を。
あ、キース。
森の妖精王の祝福をティアラローズ・ラピス・マリンフォレストへ。俺がいるからティアラは前だけを見てろ。
Firstly, Aquasteed poured his magic powers of the sky into the sea. It was glimmering. Tiaros couldn't take her eyes off him. Aquaseed looked over and made eye contact with Tiaros. He smiled. His smile. He's telling me that it's my turn next, but I'm really not confident about my magic powers. I've never used them besides baking sweets. I don't have much power to use in the first place anyways. Are they sure I can do it? Someone patted her back to reassure her.
大丈夫だよ、ティアラ。私が隣にいるから。
アクア様。
俺の力をお前が使いこなせないわけないだろ。
キース。はい、頑張ります。
Aquaseed and Keith supported Tiaros by putting their hands on her back. Can feel their warmth on my back. It's a rough situation, but I feel like I can do it. Can't ever imagine these two losing.
ほら、行くぞティアラ。俺の力を貸すから、樹木を呼び起こして海を浄化しろ。
Feel the powers of the forest and veins of the earth flowing inside of
森
me.
の木々よ、私にこの国を守る力を貸して。
In response to Tiaros' powerful voice, a tiny sprout emerged from the sands. Oh, power of the forest fairy king. However, quickly the bud stops growing.
ティアラの魔力が足りねえ。
I'm not the hero when I don't have much powers. What do I do? Wait, I remember.
キ
Oh,
レイル様のクッキー。せっかく焼けたし。
I brought cookies with me, thinking it might be some sort of help.
キース、このアイシングクッキー。
なんだそれ。歌詞か。
Keith picked up one of the icing cookies. He noticed that it held magical powers.
いける。
Keith pushed the cookies inside Aquasteed and Tiaros' mouth. Just stop. That was He almost choked on the cookies, bro. It was so sudden she almost choked, but the arrows managed to swallow it. The atmosphere around her shifted. The arrow sculpted. Once again, the buds sprouted and they grew into large trees rapidly.
これは
こんなもんだろう。これで濁った水は木が吸い取るだろう。あとはアクアスティードの頑張り次第だな。
Akostid finishing up his cookie, licked his
私
lips.
がついているんだから海はちゃんと守るわよ。ほらアクアスティード、もっと魔力を込めなさい。
分かっている。風よ。黒い海に輝きを。
A gust of wind blew Aquaseed's magical powers were riding on the surface of the sea, spreading its powers. The sea was gradually regaining its beautiful color from where the arrow summoned the trees.
す
Oh,
ごい
it's back! As expected of the main conquest character for the Otome game sequel, his power is almost like a fairy king. The waves crash and sea water pours like rain over the sea. The arrow sighed in relief and looked around the shore. The trees were drenched, but its roots were firmly planted onto the beach. At that moment, the trees containing the arrow's magic powers sprouted several tiny buds.
花が咲くんだ。ティアラの魔力に合った新種の花が咲くはずだ。
嘘、そんなことが
The pink bud slowly blossomed to a large flower with a tiny pouch attached. The trees sparkled with rainbows. I was distressed when I saw the Black Sea, but now I'm relieved. Besides, I feel a little more confident in myself for being able to bring back the sea.
ティアラ、大丈夫？普段あまり魔法を使わないから。
Aquastid wrapped his hands around her waist to support her. He stroked her hair.
頑張ったね。
Prince Aqua looks like he returned to his normal kind self. He was in such pain until just a few minutes ago.
アクア様、もしかして
薬の効果が切れたようだね。クッキーを食べて、私の中にティアラの魔力が入ってきたから、その影
Didn't
響
have
だ。
to. Okay then.
よかった。
The arrows felt her strength drain away from her body from relief. As she almost lost her balance, Aquastid held
ティア
her.
ラ、愛してる。信じてくれてありがとう。
私こそありがとうございます。
I feel so relieved to be able to feel Prince Aqua near me again. Thank Lord for being able to bring the sea back. The arrows nodded and leaned onto him. Then the arrows realized that both their clothes were soaking wet. She recalls the event that Isila caused a while back when they were still engaged. Oh, that one. The moment Aquaseed saw her falling towards the fountain, he immediately jumped forward to protect her. Next thing he knew, he had plunged into the fountain with a big splash. That time he leaped into the fountain to save Lady Isila. It was dripping wet and he slicked back his hair. Whenever I remember about that event, I get a little sad. But wait, is this? No.
アクア様。
どうかしたティアラ。じっと見つめて。
Aquastid was a little surprised, but he smiled gently to the arrows.
ティアラ。
いえ、なんでもないんです。
Prince Aqua looks. Okay, then, girl. Okay, then. As the arrows watched to touch him, Aquastid smiled happily. She wiped off some droplets from his bangs. His hair was a little cold. Prince Aqua, just like from the event, still is right in front of me. But this time, he's mine and mine only. The arrows felt her heart flutter as her loneliness faded
ティア
away.
ラの手、あったかいね。
いえ、すみません。濡れている手で触れてしまって。
もっと触ってほしいくらいだけど。
Okay then. Aquaseed pulled her and hugged her again. We're both well and cold, but why do I feel warm? My heart is beating so fast. Rose thought for a while and leaned onto Aquaseed's chest. As the two were diving into their own little sweet world.
おいお前ら、俺たちがいるの忘れてんだろ。
まあまあ、アクアスティードも頑張ったのだしいいじゃない。と、二人とも風邪をひいたらいけないから服を乾かしてあげるわね。
Krill conciliates Keith. Then he approached Rose and Aquaseed to dry their clothes and hair. A comfortable warm wind. Prince Aqua can control the wind too, but he's not able to control the temperature this perfectly.
助かる。
ありがとうございます、クレイル様。
My dress is dry and fluffy now. It's as if it was dried in the sun. That moment, Keith noticed the flowers that bloomed on the beach. Created by the magic powers of Tiaros. Was a large flower similar to the color of Tiaros' hair.
お前の花らしいな。
私の花？
I don't see anything unusual about these flowers. Tiaros tilted her head and approached the flowers with Aquaseed.
花びらの下に小さな袋のような膨らみがある。
何ですか？
中に何か入っているみたいだけど、なんだろう。粉っぽいけど、ティアラの花だから。
はい。
Tiaros picked one of the flowers. A sweet scent trickled her nose and made her smile. What is it? It's the size of a strawberry. When I shake it, I hear something smooth inside. Can I open it? She gently ripped the pouch open to find a white powder inside. Could this be? Tiaros stared at the white powder. Beside her, Aquaseed tilted his head. Seems like he had no idea what it was.
ねえ、キス、これって何なの？
ティアラの好きなものだ。
What, sugar? Gotta head to work. Have a great stream, Shin. Okay, Tatsuya. Good luck with work.
ティアラローズってこんなの好きなの？
I don't think that's what he meant. I don't think that's what he meant. My favorite could be... Tiaros realized something after Keith's words. She put some powder on her fingertips and licked it.
大丈夫ですよ。ほら。
Is it just sugar? Tiaros smiled and put more powder, known as the highest quality sugar. Yep, it's sugar. And brought it towards Aquaseed.
さすがはティアラというか、なんというか。
So they're sugar flowers, basically. Aquaseed sighed. He had nothing more to say. He took Tiaros' hand, put her fingertips onto his mouth. Her breath was taken away when she saw his red tongue slowly taste the sugar on her fingertips. Okay. Yep. I mean... Sure. I was not expecting him to lick it off my fingers directly. Tiaros twitched to the sensation of his tongue slipping on her fingers. This game and its descriptions.
ティアラの指は甘いね。
Sir. Sir, I know you're married, but sir. Her face turned bright red. She felt her ears burning. She didn't know what to do besides go with Aquaseed's flow.
いい加減にしやがれ。羨ましいことしやがって。
He tried to pull Aquaseed away, but Aquaseed hugged Tiaros closer.
ティアラは私の妻だ。
Yeah.
まったく、二人とも仲良くしなさいよね。
Krail sighed. He also came by to try the sugar himself.
なるほど。甘いわね。
This sugar will most definitely improve the quality of Tiaros' sweets. In the meantime, Keith and Aquasteed refused to listen to Krill and were continuing with their quarrel. Krill ignored the two and walked towards the sea. Yes, go talk to your girl, please. Everyone had nothing to say. He's going to see King Pearl. I wonder why things got this complicated. I feel King Pearl went a little too far, but has King Krill lost his affection towards King Pearl? Krill was staring at the ocean with a serious face. Tiaros felt a cold sweat slide her back. King Krill looks different from the time when he smiled at me. Told me he likes King Pearl. It's going to happen now.
パール様は
別にどうにもなりはしない。俺たちは妖精王だから。
ならクレイル様は
Is he trying to go see her?
気にするな。
Heat muttered and sent Krill off to the sea.
だが今回のことで一番怒ってるのはクレイルだろうな。俺は別にクレイルほど人間が好きなわけじゃない。実際森はあまり人間に祝福を送らないだろ。
確かに。
In fact, I'm the only one blessed by the forest. Well, right now, yeah. It's really a privilege that helps me a lot as a foreigner here in Marine Forest.
クレイルは人間が好きだからな。アクアスティードにも協力的だっただろ。
そうだな。この国の情報すべてをクレイルが把握していると言っても。
A lot can be known about this country from above the sky. However, Krill's concern was pointed to the depth of the sea.
クレイル様、大丈夫かしら。
さあな。ま、クレイルのことだからうまくやるとは思うが。
No, know what that means, so okay then.
女装趣味の変態だけど、切れると怖えからな。
Stressing pervert, okay then.
ってば、笑い事じゃないでしょ。
笑い事だ、こんな。ま、パールのことはクレイルに任せればいいだろう。
そんな。
Yeah, let them be for now. As much as I'm worried, I don't have the power to go meet King Pearl.
私も行きます。
アイシラ様が？
私はアクアスティード殿下に海の飛躍を飲ませてしまいました。海の妖精に祝福されているのに、海が濁るまで何もすることができなかった。何かさせてほしいのです。
別に俺は干渉しないから好きにすればいい。
森の妖精を感謝します。
I still chanted her magic to prepare herself to dive into the ocean. It was the same magic she used before to form air bubble around her. The arrows felt her heart beat faster as Isilla went into the water. I must witness how this game ends. Also, I hope for another chance to speak with King Pearl. Cautiously, she opened her mouth.
アイシラ様、私も行きます。
Before she could think, the arrows found herself shouting at the sea. Oh, there we go. I think that's the last. It's chapter 5, so it's the last one. The realm where the sea fairy king Pearl resides lies deep on the ocean floor. Her palace is surrounded by vibrant corals and fish swim gracefully by. It's so beautiful that one might believe it's paradise on earth. The sea was once clouded by Pearl's emotional outbursts, but now it was all clear as before. The arrows blessed by the forest fairy king and Aquasteed, who was blessed by the sky fairy king, had resolved the issue. And now, the arrows and Isilla was on their way to the sea fairy king's palace. Just a while before they left the beach, Sky Fairy King Krill was already at the palace confronting Pearl. So, what are you gonna do? Yeah, what are you gonna do, bitch? Krell's voice, colder than the temperature at the bottom of the sea, echo in the past. Oh, he's mad then. Yeah, he is mad. Pearl twitched to his voice. Krell was never mad at her. Pearl squeezed her voice out. Oh, yeah, he's mad. Yeah. Krell smiled to her, but his eyes were not smiling at all.
パールが男は嫌いだって言っていたから、女の姿でいたけど、もういいよね。
What does he mean? Girl, you weren't honest with him. What do you think? Pearl stepped backwards. Krell brushed his hair back. His original shorter hair appeared. Oh, so that's how he looks like originally. You know, that fits him. His dress turned into a male suit. With his beauty and aura, anyone would have thought he portrayed the sky itself. You better be.
パール、私たち妖精の王は、たとえ自然災害を起こしたとしても、別に咎は受けないよ、時に。それが必要だと判断されることもあるかもしれないから。
Krell slowly approached Pearl as he spoke.
でも、
Krell leaned forward to make eye contact with Pearl, who was sitting on the throne.
私とパールの事情に人間を巻き込むのは良くないね。
Yeah, it was even actually dragging a newlywed. Like, hello? Why am I always the one who has to suffer like this? Guess he caused it. He caused trouble. Of course I know my careless behavior caused this, but why does this always happen to me? Girl. I don't know. Pearl looked blankly into Krell, wondering why the whole incident had happened. Reason everything went out of place had something to do with Tiaros' arrival to the kingdom of Marine Forest. It was extraordinary that the villainess from the previous series was in the sequel. But no one in this world was aware of that. Wait,
最初に行動を起こしたのは海の妖精たちだった。
What?
大好きなアイシラが泣いてる。アイシラはゴースティードと一緒になれば幸せになる。ティアラローズが邪魔。
And then the sea fairies started to prank Tiaros, but they were unable to tear the two in love apart from each other. I wasn't interested in Tiaros and Aquasteed's relationship, but one day Krell met Tiaros. Knew someday they would meet since Krell gave his blessing to Aquasteed, but I wasn't expecting them to get that close. Girl, Tiaros is married, so she is not interested in Krell in that way. What the fuck? I always thought fairy kings were lonely and isolated, but I guess that was only me. After I saw how joyful Krell and Keith were, I started to feel down. I thought I was able to get along with the humans too, but that was just an illusion.
どうしたの？
わらわは別に一人でいいのじゃ。
Well, if you want to say that, then go. That's not what I want to hear. I know that Pearl is being lonely, and she can't stop pretending to be strong. But I guess it can't be helped. Knowing what happened in her past can't force her to get along with the humans like us. As Grail sighed, the door in which the two were at burst open.
ティアラローズにアイシラ・パールラント。アイシラはともかく、どうしてティアラローズがここに？
Grail tilted his head.
私は全てを見届けたくてここに来ました。アクア様は地上で混乱しないように指揮を取ってくださっています。
not to mention the murky ocean, but also the huge trees and flowers that sprouted by the powers of Tiaros. These factors could confuse the townspeople, and such information must not be leaked to other countries. Therefore, Aquaseed was on the ground in charge of information regulation.
まさか海の飛躍を自力で解かれるとは思わなんだ。そなた何者じゃ。
Ooh, am I just an ordinary villainess? No, I can't tell her that, of course. Maybe things were different if I knew the sequel story, but for now I'm just a side character.
ティアラローズをあまりいじめてはダメ。アクアスティードは怒ると面倒なんだ。
クレイル様？
He's dressed like a man. But right now is not the time to say anything. Yeah. Are you so surprised he's dressed as a man? Yeah, Rose quickly glanced back at Pearl. Anyways, I have to tell King Pearl that there's something romantic going on between me and King Creole. Pearl narrowed her eyes, looking at Tiaros' serious face.
私が愛しているのはアクア様ただ一人。ですから、パール様が懸念されているような事実はないのです。
Tiaros approached Pearl and knelt down before her, held her hand and reassure her and smiled gently.
そなたはいいの。自分だけ
Pearl,
はすぐに
Pearl, Creole likes you that much. What the fuck? Pearl murmured, hiding her mouth behind her
アクア
fan.
様は私にはもったいないようなお方です。そんなアクア様に選んでいただいた私はそれに恥じぬ女になりたいと。
Prince Aqua chose me, the villainess, over the heroine. I want to return to him by being stronger, more intelligent than anyone else. Besides, being with Prince Aqua is just too comfortable. It's almost like he's wrapping me in cotton to prevent any danger. He spoils me and pampers me until I melt in his sweetness.
そなたは強いのだな。
パール様。
わらわの望んだ相手は身分が違うと言い去っていった。人間と妖精王では決して結ばれぬと、そう言って人間の女を選んだのじゃ。
Yeah, Rose and Isilla were speechless. On the other hand, Creole was smiling, though he seemed about to cry. She went through a painful love affair. That's why King Creole couldn't be aggressive, while she remained reluctant. Pearl's eyes welled with tears. Creole offered Pearl his handkerchief to calm her down, but she didn't stop talking.
それなのにあやつはわらわを忘れたくないからわらわの名をもらうと言った。中途半端な気持ちなど。
Teardrop as big as a pearl fell from her eyes.
私の名前はアイシラ・パールラント。
I still gasped, recalling Pearl saying that the man who she loved took her name. Oh. Family who acquired King Pearl's name and the love from the sea fairies. So the pearl in the Pearland was taken from the sea fairy King Pearl. Hey, Aiko.
ずっと昔のおじい様がパール様と添い遂げるのを断ったということでしょうか。
Hey, Aiko, how you doing? Are you doing fine? Just trying to finish the game. Never heard such story, and I know that the sea was at peace for ages. It must be something that happened a long time ago. Her stories, if her story is true, what a terrible, cruel story. I wonder why she doesn't like me. She had been watching her loved one get married and continue the family for ages. But still, despite her anger and sadness, King Pearl allowed the sea fairies to bless me. The sea remained calm as well. Good, just gaming at the side. Oh, cool. Could that be because of King Krail? I still glanced over at Krail. She noticed that he looked like he was in pain. Seems like King Krail knows exactly what happened a long time ago. And he continued to protect King Pearl after that. Oh, thank you for the hydrate and the posture check and the stretch.
そなたたちにはひどい仕打ちをしたし、人間には多大な恐怖を味わわせてしまった。
You're really gonna make up for it, not just a sorry.
いいえ、バール様。私こそ何も知らずに海の妖精たちから祝福を受けて申し訳ございません。
良いのじゃ。わらわは人間に無関心すぎたのじゃ。
Pearl smiled as if she was almost going to disappear. She looked over to Krail.
こんなわらわをずっと見ていてくれてありがとう。もうあの男を忘れてクレイルだけだと思っていたのに、わらわはダメな王じゃな。
別にそのことに関してパールは何も悪くないよ。ひどい男にいいように利用されただけだから。
A big hand patted her head.
やれやれ。さて、どうしようか。
Krail sighed and put his hands on his waist to think for a while. No matter the reason, she went a little too far with this one. Could have been just a cute jealousy if it hadn't troubled anyone.
まさかパールが海を濁らせるほど私を好きだったなんて知らなかった。嫌われていると思っていたからね。
Krail, you're dense as fuck. Pearl quickly shook her head. Her hair ornament made a tinkling noise.
それ以上はダメ。
Oh. Krail put his hands on Pearl's lips. Don't say anything, just accept it.
でもパール、今回のことはきちんと自覚しなければいけない。
Yep.
空の妖精王クレイルの名において、私はパールを。
お待ちください、アイシラ様。
As Krail was about to declare the punishment for Pearl, Isilla raised her
アイシ
voice.
ラパールラント。これは人間が口を出すことではないよ。
わかっております。ですが。
Krail answered Isilla in a deep voice. It wasn't anything like how he was speaking kindly to Pearl. Isilla got a little scared, but still she took a deep breath and continued her
パール
words.
様への罰は私に預からせていただけませんか。
何を言っておるのじゃ、アイシラ。わらわにそのような情けは無用じゃ。
続けて。
はい。私は知らなかったとはいえ、パール様の皆を頂戴しております。パール様が私に仕えるというものでご容赦いただけないでしょうか。
わらわに人間に仕えろと申すか。
The atmosphere of the room tensed. Isilla, without hesitation, nodded her head.
はい。
Her punishment will be much lighter if she served me, compared to being punished by King Krail. I'm a little calculative too, for thinking about the advantages of bringing the Seafarer King to the human side. But would this be the best for King Pearl in this situation? Lady Isilla usually doesn't express her opinions much. I can't believe she would request such a thing. I understand she made that request for King Pearl, but in that moment a gush of cold wind swept through the
ア
room.
イシラパールラント。さすがにそれは許容できかねるよ。
私、出過ぎたことは、もし。
Isilla quickly bowed to Krail, but he continued to watch her with his cold eyes. Kind soft Krail she met at the tea party was nowhere to be
パ
found.
ールの処遇を人間に任せるなんて、 そんなこと私が許すはずもない。しかもパールラントの子孫になんて。
クレイル？
人間がパールを縛れると思わないで。
はい。大変失礼いたしました。
Yeah, Rose came by to reassure Isilla, who continued to
大
apologize.
丈夫ですか、アイシラ様。
はい。ご迷惑をおかけしてすみません、ティアラローズ様。
Lady Isilla, she's trembling. We mustn't make the Fairy Kings angry. And it seems that King Krail isn't fond of the Perlins, more than King Pearl. King Krail indeed loves humans, but he's thinking that there should be a distinct line between us humans and the Fairy
それ
Kings.
にパールへの処遇を決めるのは私だとキースとも話し合っているからね。
Okay. Krail smiled at Pearl. Oh, good luck, girl. You did this to yourself. However, Pearl felt something unsettling with a smile. She tried to back away, but failed. I have a bad feeling about this, but it's not a good idea to go against them. Besides, I'm in the wrong for this. Okay, good that you know. As Pearl was gathering herself up to accept her punishment, Krail glanced over to Isilla with his cold
アイシラ
eyes.
パールラント、もう帰っていいよ。
アイシラ様。
Krail snapped his fingers and a gust of wind occurred. Grabbed Isilla, and in the next moment she teleported away.
クレイル様、アイシラ様は。
地上に戻しただけだから問題はないよ。
That's good to hear.
ティアラローズ、あなたは見届けたいと言った。だから最後までここに存在することを許そう。
ありがとうございます。
Yaros was relieved to see Krail's smile, which was slightly more brighter than earlier. But still, the atmosphere in this room is so tense I can't relax. Pearl opened her fan. King Pearl is in love with King Krail. King Krail is ready to accept King Pearl along with her painful memories with her past lover. I have King Krail's permission. I will stay here and see how this incident will come together. Yaros held her breath and watched too.
してわらわへの罰は何じゃ。
素直に受け入れるんだね、パール。
罰を受けるのであればお主からが一番いい。わらわの魔力を封印するか、それとも数百年の謹慎か。一人は慣れているから100年でも1000年でも好きに言い渡すがよい。
ま、それが妥当だろうね。魔力を封印するほどでもないし、でも。
なんじゃ、謹慎ではないというのか。
Pearl frowned, thinking that Krail was about to give her a punishment she didn't expect.
どんな罰であろうと、お主が決めた罰に。
海の妖精王であるパールの祝福をアクアスティードとティアラローズに送る。それが私が決めたパールへの罰。
何をふざけたことを。わらわは人間に祝福は送らぬと決めたのじゃ。
Well, that's your punishment, so you gotta accept it. You said you're gonna accept the punishment, right? When I blessed the Perlant in the past, it led to a tragic breakup. Since then, I've vowed to never bless a human being.
そのことは私も分かっている。でも聞いて、ここマリンフォレスト王国は自然あふれる、とても穏やかないい国だ。王太子であるアクアスティードは私の祝福を。その妃であるティアラローズは森の妖精王、キースの祝福を受けている。今は絶妙に金星が取れてはいるけれど、海という第三勢力の可能性というのが危惧されることも事実。アクアスティードに対抗しようという人間は、今はこの国にいないけれど、今後もそうだとは言い切れない。海の妖精王が、先にこの二人に祝福を送ればいい。
そんなことをしたら、わらわの魔力がほぼ空になるではないか。
うん。だって、
Yeah, it's punishment.
罰になるでしょ?
It's punishment with whatever you did earlier. If I bless him, it will take about 100 years to fully regain my powers. During that time, I'm unable to use my powers well. If he chose to seal my magic, I can break the seal by using my powers, but I can't do anything if I lose my powers to blessings. It's a punishment. You said you were gonna accept it, girl. Krail, he's always fooling around, cross-dressing and all, but when it comes to these things, he's always so stubborn. I'll just bless them and shut myself inside this palace afterwards. The idea of serving Isilla was so ridiculous, but in this case, it's not like I have to stay with the two.
この国がさらに発展するし、いいことばかりだと思うけどね。
クレイル、お主はこの国を気に入りすぎじゃ。
As Pearl glanced over to Krail and sighed, she started to chant her blessing. Oh. Pearl's beautiful, clear voice echoed throughout her palace.
さざ波たゆたう海よ。マリンフォレストの将来を担う二人に至高の祝福を。アクアスティードマリンフォレストにはすべてを貫くティアラローズ、ラピス、マリンフォレストにはすべてを防ぐ水の壁を。
Transparent magical power flowed into Tiaros' body like water. The powers were overflowing, shimmering more than when Keith had blessed her. Her body feels like it's burning. Tiaros hugged herself tightly to resist the force running into her body.
ダメだよ、ティアラローズ。力を抜いて。
クレイル様。
大丈夫。
大丈夫じゃ。
Krail and Pearl smiled as if a huge burden lifted off from them. I see. This power isn't something bad. Tiaros felt a little relieved and relaxed herself to accept Pearl's powers. The forest and the sea. And so Tiaros was blessed by the two fairy kings. Meanwhile, during Tiaros' visit to the palace, Aquaseed was on his horse galloping around the towns of Marin Forest. He was working to calm down the townspeople who were confused due to the ocean turning black. On the other hand, Keith remained at the beach to inspect the flowers that Tiaros had bloomed with their powers. Fortunately, not many have seen the Black Sea, so the town wasn't in panic. After checking there was no major disruption, Aquasteed decided to patrol the town before returning to the castle. He thought Tiaros would be back soon, but just then, Aquasteed suddenly stopped as if his mind had been interrupted. Pearl's blessing overwhelmed him. He felt dizzy and nearly lost his balance on the horse. Gripping the reins slightly to steady himself, he looked back. Sparkling light and the faint scent of the sea drifted through the air. Aquasteed recognized the overwhelming power as the Sea Fair King's blessings. He reassured the worried knights. After ordering the knights to inform the people, Aquasteed hurried back to the castle. He thought Tiaros might feel anxious too, so he wanted to be by her side as soon as possible. Actually, Krail had told Aquaseed beforehand that Pearl's punishment was to bless the two. They could have at least told us when it would happen. Aquaseed thought. He kept the complaint to himself and turned his horse back toward the Marin Forest castle. Inside Aquasteed's office, Tiaros, Isilla, Vilne, and Elliot were waiting for Aquasteed's return. Each of them was preparing to report to Aquasteed on what had happened. Anyways, I went through too much today. Yeah. Tiaros and Isilla look especially tired today. Vilne prepared everyone some tea so that they can relax a little. Vilne had tears in her eyes.
心配をかけてしまったわね。海の色も元に戻っているから。はい。
If the ocean stayed murky, all the blessings from the sea will be lost. And the specialty of marine forests will be mostly gone. And it will also affect the people's diet. The color of the sea had to be restored at all costs to prevent affecting the nation. I'm sure Prince Aqua is struggling right now to minimize the chaos in the town.
アクア様のお戻りを待つだけね。フィリーネが入れてくれた紅茶を飲みながら待ちましょうか。
そうですね。いただきます。
The four continued to wait inside the office. After a while, Aquaseed returned to the office and greeted everyone in the
お
room.
帰りなさいませ。アクア様。
ただいま。ティアラも皆も問題はなさそうだな。
はい。驚きましたけど、不調などは特にありません。
However, Aquaseed couldn't help but worry about Tiaros. He hugged her tightly.
人前では恥ずかしいです。
Aquaseed let go of her and smiled. He asked everyone to report what they had seen.
それでは早速だが各自報告を頼む。
アクアスティード殿下、ティアラローズ様、
アイシラ様。
Isla's face was serious. She bowed deeply with her lips pursed.
今回の件、私は多大なるご迷惑をおかけいたしました。大変申し訳ございませんでした。
Don't worry about it. I wish I was able to tell her so, but I can't forgive her for making Prince Aqua drink the potion. Yeah, that was kinda, you know, like, yeah. The fact that Prince Aqua suffered from the potion is not going to change.
その件は追って連絡しよう。海の件はアイシラ城にあまりにも任せっきりにしてしまった私に。
アクアスティード殿下のお心のままに。
アイシラ城、座って。次は私からだ。海の妖精王についての罰は、内容は私とティアラに海の妖精王の祝福を行うというものだ。
What a fool was I for requesting King Creo to allow me to decide the punishment. I still gasped after hearing Aquaseed's report and turned her face down.
私は海の守りの祝福をいただきました。
私は攻撃特化の祝福だ。
攻守でバランスがいいですね。
だが、私がティアラを危険のある場所へ連れて行くことはないから、使う機会はないだろう。
Damn, okay. Until a while ago, I used to be aided by the sea fairies. I feel weird yet happy to be protected by them now. Tiaros's defense-specific powers protected her with a thin layer of sea magic. Her Aquasteed and attack-specific power was given by Pearl. Seems like the Sea Fairy King had approved his ability to play a role in paving a new path to protect the
と
kingdom.
はいえ私も戦争のような物騒なことはするつもりはないから、この攻撃特化の祝福も。
あ、そういえば私の魔力で咲いた花は
Oh
どう
yeah.
なったのでしょうか。
Tiaros recalls a large pink flower she bloomed with her magical powers.
花が咲くんだ。ティアラの魔力に合った新種の花が咲くはずだ。
ティアラの魔力で咲いた花は城へ移して育てる。まだその花に関してはわからないことが多いから、ゆっくり城で調査を進める。いずれは国中に咲かせたい。
わかりました。
花の名はティアラローズ。この国の国歌となるだろうね。
Aw, okay, it's nice. Very nice. Tiaro smiled shyly and nodded. On the other hand, Isila looked very anxious. She trembled a little as she opened her
あ
mouth.
の、海に砂浜に関する管理はいかがされるのでしょうか。現在砂浜は私が管理していますが、海の妖精王に祝福されたお二人に託した方がより良い環境になることは間違いないのではと思いますが。
In the end, I'm just blessed by the sea fairies and not the king. I cannot compete with these people in the first place.
いや、海の管理は 引き続きアイシラ城にお願いするよ。
ですが、
海を一番知っているのはアイシラ城だからね。それにティアラには森もあるからそこまで手は回らない。
Tiaros glanced over to Aquasteed with a bitter smile. Can tell he wants me to stay with the castle rather than going to the sea. He also probably doesn't want me being tossed around by the fairy kings. Since when I was this arrogant? Anyways, I think Prince Aqua is right about this. Lady Isilla is far more capable on maintaining the sea compared to me. I don't know anyone else who loves the sea as much as Lady Isilla. I believe the potion was just a little temptation she had. Or maybe the game forced her to do so in order to bring the scenario back on track. Tiaros couldn't condemn Isilla since she knew this world was an otome game. Sometimes I wonder if the actions of a person is really based on their own will or not, like in this case for Lady Isilla. But I shouldn't deny them. I must believe that it's based on their own intentions. Tiaros gulped down her tea as if she were swallowing her thoughts too. Meanwhile, I still respectfully accepted Aquasteed's order.
アクアスティード殿下がそうおっしゃるのであれば、謹んでお受けいたします。ですが、何かあれば、すぐにその座をお渡しするとお約束いたします。
ああ、よろしくお願いするよ、アイシラ城。
I guess everything is settled for now. Tiaros sighed in relief, reflecting on her long day. After the incident was settled, Tiaros was finally able to get a good night's rest. Tiaros slowly opened her eyes as she woke up from her sleep. She tried to sit herself up on the bed, however. Am I too tired to the point I can't move my body? No, that's not it. Oh. Tiaros laughed silently. Aquasteed was completely asleep, hugging her from behind. He's usually up before me. This is rare. He is. I mean, he had to stab himself on the leg. Bro, pretty sure he's really tired. His eyes, which always gaze into her eyes, were shut tight. Although they have been together for many months now, Tiaros still got butterflies when she saw him up close. His lashes are so long. I love so much Prince Aqua. I guess I'll go back to sleep with him. Tiaros pulled herself closer to Aquasteed and closed her eyes. What a timing. Tiaros tried to jump out from her bed, but at the same time Aquasteed woke up and pulled her back to bed. Aquasteed covered Tiaros's head with bed sheets so that she can't see anything. Can't move, I can't see anything. Tiaros tried to inch out from the sheets, but Aquasteed held her from above so that she couldn't move.
妖精の王は礼儀も知らないのか。
The two are still sleeping, come on. Aquasteed glared at Keith, not even trying to hide that he was pissed off.
なんだ、この国の王太子は妖精王が絶対的な存在じゃなかったのか？
ティアラに関しては譲らない。
それもそうだな。
Keith chuckled and threw the bag he was holding to Aquasteed.
ティアラの花から集めた砂糖だ。間違いなくこの国にある。
Oh, Asian wing sauce. Hi. Hey. Hey there. How you doing?
なるほど。集めてきてくれて感謝する。が、着替えが終わるまでそっちの部屋で待っているくらいはできるだろう。ティアラを見ていいのは私だけだ。
たくわがままな王太子だな。まあいいさ。茶でも飲んで待ってるか。
Why are they talking without me? Anyways, I'm glad nothing happened. Yeah, girl, yeah, But yeah, hi Asian wing sauce. How you doing? Been a while. Yeah, Rosa was eavesdropping them from under the sheets, sighed in relief. Next moment, she blushed, calling Aquasti's possessiveness. Well, hope all is good. Yeah, all is good. Oh yeah, I'm like, what date is it now? It's 18. So we're halfway through November. I'm planning on like a goal for December. So maybe we'll see. I just remembered it as well. Like, I should have set that up, but I kind of forget. Suddenly had like the sudden memory in my head pop up and like, oh shit, I forgot something again. But it's still in December, so there should be time. Aquaseed took the bed sheets off from Tiarosa's head. The two giggled, looked at each other, and leaned in for a kiss. Tiaros and Aquaseed got ready and rushed to Tiarosa's room. It's all good, yeah. Hey, I hope you're doing okay, Asian wing sauce. Her room was beside the bedroom. Heat was in the room enjoying the tea that Philine had prepared for him. Besides Philine, who looked nervous, Elliot was also in the room waiting. Elliot immediately went to Aquasteed and handed him some papers. Elliot seems really tired. He must have worked all night. Could it be about the flowers?
キース様が持ってきてくださったティアラローズ様の花は専用の庭園に植えてあります。見張りの騎士もつけているので誰かが侵入することはないでしょう。
そこまで厳重にしなくてもいいのに。でもありがとう。
Yarrows thanked Elliot and sat beside Aquasteed.
ティアラの庭に植えるのはいいな。あそこは妖精たちが気に入っているし、成長するにももってこいだろう。ティアラの花から取れるのはさっき渡した砂糖。それから本当にごく少量ではあるが花の蜜が取れる。
それはまたティアラらしい花だな。
それと花びらを食べることができる。ほんのり甘い。
That's cool.
まるで花が菓子だな。
Oh my, so am I able to make new sweets with the flowers? Can't wait to try it. Yeah, Rose was excited than ever. She couldn't stop staring at the flowers Keith brought in. Aquaseed took a single flower and gently placed it on Tiarosa's hair.
さすがはティアラの花だね。本人にそっくりでどこも甘いなんて。それに大輪の花は装飾品として使っても申し分ない。
私を甘いというのなんてアクア様くらいです。
Tiaros flushed her cheeks as she reached to touch a flower on her hair. I love to watch Tiara too, but can't they flirt somewhere else? Keith, sitting in front of the two, breaks in their conversation to discuss about the beach.
ティアラが育てた樹木だが、全部を持ってくるのは量的にも不可能だ。大半は砂浜に植わったままで、ティアラローズの花が咲いてる。
With Keith's blessing, the small buds on the beach instantly grew with large trees and bloomed the flowers. After that, the sea regained its beautiful color. With the big pink flowers blooming on the beach, the view was so fantastical.
きっといい観光スポットになるわ。ギース、ありがとう。
感謝する。砂浜の整備に関しては私たちの方で人員を派遣しよう。
ああ、頼んだ。
エリオット、今の件だが早速準備を進めてくれ。
はい。
これはすぐに取り掛からないといけないことだ。早ければ今日の午後にでも私が一度確認に向かう。
承知しました。手配しておきます。
この件は私が行ってくるから、ティアラは城で待っていて。
今回の件は私も最初から関わっていました。
ダメだよ。ティアラはこの花を使ってお菓子を作って待っていて。
でも
私が一番に食べたいからよろしくね。
Does he know it takes time to come up with new sweets ideas? I understand that he's worried about me. Since I lack in physical strength and magical powers, I guess it's better for me to wait in the castle.
わかりました。
Well then, I'll bake tasty sweets and deliver them to the beach before his work is done. Tiaros decided to do so, whilst thanking for his consideration. Oh. Hey, wallop text time! After Aquasteed left for work, Tiaros was in her kitchen, brainstorming. The ingredients from her flowers, sugar, nectar, edible petals, and other flavorings she had. Tiaros popped a petal in her mouth. A gentle, sweet flavor filled her taste buds. There wasn't any intense sweetness, so she thought it was suitable to make them into sweets that took time to eat. For example, candies, which can be enjoyed while doing other works or chores, could be a great snack for Aquasteed and the knights who are busy working at the beach. Tiaros promptly started getting ready to make the candies. Tiaros began by putting the flour sugar into a pot. Next, she needed water to mix the sugar with while heating it. Ooh. That moment, she remembers about the blessings from the sea she had received. Maybe I could use that power? She thought. She recalls the magic Icilla used to bring fresh water. Placing her hands on the pot, she gathered her powers onto the hands and chanted her words. Come forth water, mixed with the finest sugar. As if in response to her voice, the pot filled up with water, mixing the sugar. Tiaros was genuinely happy that it succeeded, since she doesn't use her powers much often. As she added a little bit of flower nectar, the liquid in the pot began to sparkle. It's like it's making a magical candy. Tiaros thinks. Once the liquid turned gold and she placed it on top of the petals, wrapped it, and left it to cool before serving. The sweet she made was a heart candy. It was her first try, but she was proud of how it turned out. As Tiaros nodded happily, Vilene came by the kitchen. She noticed the heart candies and smiled. Tiaros decided to bring the beautifully made candies to Aquasteed, who was already working at the beach. Vilene was well aware that Tiaros wasn't the type of lady who would just wait patiently for her husband to return. Vilene smiled bitterly and rushed to prepare the carriage for her. Oh, more text. Okay, that game. As the carriage took Tiaros to the beach, she peeked out from the window to look outside. She worried about the townspeople confused by the murky sea, but they seemed fine now. It was thanks to Aquasteed, who went around the town reassuring everyone things were fine. Tiaros turned back to her seat and sighed. She closed her eyes. You look tired, Vilene said, but Tiaros knew she was nothing compared to others. I'm fine, she answered. Tiaros was more worried about Vilene than herself. She always thought Vilene was overworking. Tiaros often told Vilene to take a break whenever she needed to. However, Vilene always replied that she was happy or close to Tiaros, and that her sweets made her happy. With that, Tiaros had nothing more to say. Inside the carriage, Tiaros and Fiona enjoyed their talk with a relaxing atmosphere. Though the castle wasn't far from the ocean, Tiaros couldn't wait to see Aquasteed. With such anticipation, the carriage headed toward the sea. A while later, the carriage arrived at the sea. Tiaros came out on the beach. On the beach, Aquasteed led the knights as they worked. Numerous knights were sorting trees that Tiaros had sprouted with her magic.
ティアラ、まさかこんなに早く来るとは思わなかった。
Smiling bitterly, Aquasteed came by to greet Tiaros. As the knights saw Tiaros' arrival, they stopped what they were doing. However, Aquasteed ordered them to continue.
大丈夫だ。構わず作業を続けてくれ。もうお菓子ができたの？
はい。一番に食べてくださるんですよね。
もちろん。
Tiaros was relieved to see that Aquasteed was happy to try her sweets. In that moment, she noticed Krill gazing out to the ocean.
ここは綺麗だね、ティアラローズ。
あ、
はい。ここはパール様の海ですから、美しくないわけがありません。
うんうん。
I'm sure this girl will never abuse Pearl's blessing. I believe in her.
それで、何のお菓子ができたの？
As Krill stepped forward to approach Tiaros, something strange happened. Huh. From the depth of the ocean, a ray of light beamed out like a fountain. Knights on the beach too couldn't help but stare at the light in awe. Krill's eyes widened as he watched the light reflect on the waves of the ocean, surrounding the beach gently.
そんなこと。
クレル、これは。
Krill shook his head silently. Tiaros heard a murmur. Huh? The beaming light spread through the beach and cleaned up the rough surfaces due to the growth of trees. The sand, which consisted of gravels, returned to its original beautiful white colors. Large stones were returned to the sea, and the corals washed up on the shore returned into beautiful objects.
再生されていく。
そう。これはパールの力だね。
海の妖精王は私たちを祝福して魔力を使い切ったんじゃなかったのか？
そうだね。
魔力がなくなったのにこのようなことができるのか？
Just then, Pearl's voice echoed in Tiaros's and Aquaseed's ears.
これはわらわからの選別じゃ。
は？
今、パール様の声が。パール様？パール様
Tiaros immediately called Pearl's name, but she got no response in return.
一体何が？
パールに残っていたほんのわずかな魔力も使ったんだよ。まったくこれじゃ誰の罰か分かったもんじゃない。
クレル、それは。
ダメだよ、アクアスティード。それ以上言うのは私が許さない。
She needed that last bit of magic as a bridge to recover her magic powers in the following 100 years. But she used that instead. Now she can keep her consciousness. She's in her deep sleep. Pearl used her remaining powers to bless the beach and the ocean. Krill was the only one who immediately noticed Pearl's intention. Aquaseed too, after a while, noticed that what was going on, looking at Krill's face and calculating the remaining powers of Pearl.
アクア様、一体どういう？
ディアラローズ。これはあなたが知らなくていいことだ。
申し訳ございません。
大丈夫だから、ティアラ。
Aquaseed gently patted her head. However, Aquaseed too concluded that Tiaros doesn't need to know what had happened. Tiara is a kind person. If she knew what happened to Pearl, she will be deeply hurt, and she doesn't need to know about it. Trail, looking forlornly at the sea, turned to
ご
Tiaros.
めんね。冷たく言って。
いいえ、クレイル様。私は気にしていませんから。
ティアラローズの花で作ったお菓子、もらってもいい？
ええ。こちらをどうぞ。べっこう飴を作りました。
Oh, thank you for the sub, Asian Wing Sauce. 14 months. Yay. You got 14 months now. Thank you. God, it's been 14 months. God. Been more than a year. Thank you.
綺麗だ。
ありがとう。
Yeah, why is the foreboding music still playing? Asian Wing Sauce. Yay. Yeah, let's go. Thank you for the sub.
はい、美味しいんです。
Before Tiaros could finish her sentence, Grail threw the candy he received into the sea.
こうすればパールに届くんじゃないかと思って。
I hope my candy reaches King Pearl. She wasn't quite fond of me, but still, it would be a wonderful miracle if it reached her palace in the depth of the ocean. Candy drifted in the waves of the ocean and slowly dissolved into the water. The golden color of the candy is reflecting the sky onto the surface of the sea. It looks like there's another sky inside the water. Almost as if the sea and the sky, King Pearl and King Krail is united. The three kept silent as they continued to watch the waves, praying for the better future for this country. After a while, Tiaros and Aquasti decided to return to the castle. As the two were walking down the corridor to their rooms, Tiaros abruptly held onto Aquasti's hands.
どうしたの?
Tiara, holding my hands, how unusual of her. But her hands are so comforting. I want to hug her right now, but she'll probably get mad if I do that in the hallway. Aquaseed understood his wife very well. He suppressed his desire and smiled at Tiaros.
ティアラがこんなことをするなんて珍しいね。
アクア様、好きです。大好きです。私を選んでくださってありがとうございます。私はアクアと一緒にいることができて幸せです。
Tiara smiled. Her cheeks flushed. She was shy, but she tried to best to express her feelings to Aquasteed. Prince Aqua is always the one to shower me with words like I love you, you're so adorable, etc. Want to express my feelings for him too. Want to be stronger, even if Prince Aqua was to drink a love potion. Want to be more confident with myself.
もうティアラかわいい。
ここは廊下で。
Well, girl, you did kind of start this, but yeah. Of course, Aquaseed wasn't able to stop himself in front of his adorable Tiaros. He held her tightly and kissed her before she could say anything. Okay.
恥ずかしいです。
Okay. Okay then. Aquaseed carried Tiaros and walked 2 times the speed he was walking earlier. The knights and maids were smiling at them as if it was their usual routine. Am I allowed to be this happy? Am I really allowed to be loved so much? Tiaros hugged onto the Aquasteed tighter to tell him how much he loved him without words. So the villainess spent her sweet time with the love of her life. Extra chapter. Ooh. Huh, we have an extra chapter. Okay then. One lovely afternoon, with the sun shining through the window, Tia Rose was enjoying her tea time, playing Fairy's board game with Fione and Tarmo.
このゲームなかなか難しいわね。
高3ですか、ティアラローズ様。
参りました。
The Fairy's board game has been a long-time favorite of the people in Marine Forest. This game requires 3 people, but it's similar to the game Reversi that I played in my previous life. The rules are the same, but we use a 10x10 board and 3 types of pieces. The forest, sky, and sea fairies instead. The players take turn placing their pieces on the board. If they enclose another fairy with theirs, the square will be their territory. It's not as easy as Reversi, where you just flip the pieces over though. Still, Tia Rose was having fun playing games which she usually didn't have the time for. She had already played 5 times by now. The results were 4 wins for Fione and 1 for Tarmo. Tia Rose was still unable to win the game.
あなた強すぎじゃない?
Gotta go to work, Shin. See ya later. Okay. Good luck with work, Asian wing sauce, and thanks for the sub again. And I'll see you later. I do have a stream again tomorrow, so yeah, I'll see you later.
こういったゲームは得意なんです。いくらティアラローズ様が相手でも手は抜きませんよ。
それはもちろん望むところよ。
Tia Rose clenched her fists.
それでフィリーネ、もう一戦だけ。
ティアラローズ様ったら先ほどからずっとそればかりじゃありませんか。私は特に急ぎの仕事はないので構いませんよ。
タルモももう一戦付き合ってもらってもいいかしら。
はい。
ありがとう、フィリーネ、タルモ。
Fiona and Tarmo laughed as Tia Rose kept begging for another game every time she lost. They start preparing for a new game. Tia Rose took the forest, Fiona the sea, and Tarmo the sky fairy
妖
pieces.
精の駒がちょこんと盤上に乗っているのはとても可愛らしいわ。
そうですね。
それにしても妖精の盤上遊びなんて、妖精と関わりの深いマリンフォレストらしい名前ね。
もともとこれは妖精たちが遊んでいたゲームなんだそうです。
まあ、
It was rare that Tarmo would comment on such thing. Being the guard, he usually does not speak
もし
much.
かして森、空、海、3種族の妖精が集まって遊んでいたの？
そのようです。妖精と仲の良かった人間がこのゲームを作らせたそうです。
それはまた興味深いですね。でも私は3種族の妖精が集まったところを見たことがないです。
Fiona, nodding her head and talking, placed her piece on the board and easily took 3 squares from Tia Rose's territory. Damn. I thought I was going to be in the lead, already having knowledge of Reversi. Why can't I win? Fiona, it's her first time playing this game. But here's a payback. Tia Rose placed her fairy piece and took 5 squares from Fiona. Oh, I accidentally pressed on options.
よしよし。
Fiona had a wry smile on her face, looking at Tia Rose. Actually, playing offensively in the early stages doesn't mean it will lead to a win. What's more important to get the corners. By taking the corner territories, a player can easily flip the game. Surely enough.
どうして？最初はあんなに陣地があったのに。
After a few moves, most of Tia Rose's territories were taken by Fiona and Tarmo. Previous 5 matches were all won the same way, but Tia Rose still didn't understand the cost of her loss.
どうして私の陣地はいつもどんどん減っていくのかしら。 そしてフィリーネの陣地がいつの間にか増えていくのはなぜ？
Once again, VILLAINESS was ahead of the
負
game.
けました。降参です。
Yeah, rose to her hands in the air.
どうして勝てないのかしら。
She looked at the board and tilted her head. Alright, let me take some time to train tonight. Next time I will beat the two. As the arrows swore revenge, Tarmo started the talk while putting the fairy pieces away. Continued with Pianist's comment from earlier on the game.
確かに私も三種族の妖精が集まるところは見たことがありません。
Man, hearing Tarmo talk more on the extra story, damn.
そうね。妖精王が集まった時ならまだしも、妖精単体で三種族が集まるところは、種族が違う妖精たちは仲が悪いのかしら。それとも昔に比べてあまり人前に姿を見せなくなっただけなのかしら。三種族の妖精たちが一緒にゲームで遊んでいたらきっと可愛いのに。
そうですね。私も見てみたいです。
そもそも森の妖精はティアラローズ様にしか祝福をしていない。他の人間が森の妖精を目にすることは皆無と言っていいだろう。
あ、なるほど。
確かにタルモの言う通りですね。私たちはティアラローズ様に会いに来る森の妖精を目にすることはできますが、普通なら出会うこと自体が難しいですよね。
Forest fairies have never given their blessings to anyone except Tiara Rose. Seems like they had given me so much love. I didn't really think about it, but now that I think of it, it really humbles me how blessed I am. Should bake them sweets again. Oh.
あれゲームしてるなんて珍しいね。
アクア様。
少し休憩しようと思ってね。妖精の盤上遊びか。懐かしいな。
Akkoseed came behind the arrows and looked over to the board on the table.
昔は私もよく遊んだものだけれど、ラピスラズリへの留学に帰国してからは公務と、最近はずっと忙しくてね。近頃はこういったゲームで遊ぶ時間が全く取れなかった。
ではアクア様も一緒にやりましょ
う。いいよ。私がティアラチームに入ろうかな。
Akkoseed chuckled. He picked her up as he sat down on the sofa and brought her over onto his laps.
それはちょっと恥ずかしいです。
大丈夫。
What is he doing? I'm this close to giving him a complaint, but I know Prince Aqua is already tired from work, so I'll just keep silent for now. The arrows looked up from his laps and Akkoseed smiled like he was having a great time. Can't say anything to that smile.
紅茶をお持ちいたしました。
ありがとう。
Akkoseed took a cup from VILLAINESS and turned to Tarmo to ask him a question.
今の戦績は？
それは。
As the arrows stuttered, Tarmo kept his mouth shut.
教えてくれないの？
Oh no, it's better for me to tell him rather than him hearing from Tarmo.
私の先輩です。
先輩。
Akkoseed chuckled and patted Tiara Rose's head as if he was comforting a child.
私と一緒ならきっと勝てるよ。
はい。
今夜は特訓しようか。
ぜひお願いします。
Okay. I was originally planning to train on my own, so it's very helpful that Prince Aqua offered to help. As the arrows nodded to Akkoseed, the four prepared to start a new game. And the result was victory for Akkoseed and the Arrows' team. Why were we able to win so easily? We didn't have many territories in the first half. I almost thought that even Prince Aqua was going to lose to VILLAINESS, but somehow he flipped the game in the next half. And before I realized, the board was filled with forest fairies. How did he do that?
様、すごいです。私にはこんな大逆転劇無理です。
ありがとう。
For Aqua Seed, it wasn't really a huge reversal, since that was his strategy to win the game, but looking at Tiaros being all excited, he kept silent and smiled instead.
ティアラもすぐにゲームが上手くなるよ。私とたくさん対戦しよう。
はい、よろしくお願いします。
I really want to give Villaine a payback as soon as possible, but for now, I must first defeat Tarmo. It's impossible for me to beat Villaine at this point. Tiaros was well aware of her gaming level right now. After playing another round, Villaine excused herself back to work, along with Tarmo, who went back to guarding their room.
楽しかった。
またみんなでやろうか。
Tiaros was grinning to ear as she enjoyed the cake that Villaine had prepared for her. I think we have a wrong background, but okay.
ティアラ、クリームついてる。
Okay. Hakosti chuckled as he pointed to the cream right beside Tiaros' lips.
かわいいね。
Hakosti licked the cream off her face and gave her a kiss on her lips. Tiaros slowly closed her eyes. He continued to give her some more kisses.
それはケーキを食べていたから。
でも、ティアラはいつも甘い。どんなお菓子を食べるよりも。
Damn. Hakosti traced Tiaros' lips gently with his thumbs. He pressed his fingertips onto her lips and whispered into her ears. Tiaros couldn't help her heart beat faster. She opened her mouth.
よくできました。ご褒美だよ。
Okay. Hakosti leaned in once again to seal Tiaros' lips with his. Tiaros wrapped her arms around him. Okay. Tiaros buried her face onto Aquasti's chest. That night, Tiaros and Aquasteed spread the fairies board game out on their bed to start their secret training session. This was Aquasteed's favorite game, alone together with no one disturbing them. Honestly, I was thrilled when I saw her play the fairies board game. I was flattered to think that she initiated to connect with this country's tradition. After hearing that Tiaros was savagely defeated by Tarmo and Villaine, he was determined to coach his dear wife. Tiaros' beautiful white fingers holding a fairy piece was wandering on the board.
でも、妖精たちの遊びを私たちがするなんて不思議ですね。
そう？
ええ。そうきますか。勝てないな。
Tiaros mumbled to herself as Aquasteed continued to attack her forest fairy pieces. She looked up and answered this question.
だって今はもう妖精と人間の関係は昔に比べるとそう親密ではないのでしょう？お茶会に来てくださる令嬢も祝福されているからといって普段から妖精に会うことはないと言っていました。
それは確かにそうかもしれない。
Aquasteed nodded while moving his sky and sea fairy pieces.
そこ?
Tiaros raised her voice surprisingly, but Aquasteed pretended not to hear it. The essence of the game is that it's also a mind game. Tiara's so adorable when she's all flustered. Will she be mad if I kept my strategy a secret from her?
私は森だけなのに2つも陣地を担当しているアクア様の方が強いなんてずるいです。私ったらどうしてこんなに弱いのかしら。
Tiaros tilted her head and continued to challenge Aquasteed again and again.
もう一戦しましょう、アクア様。
もちろん。
Will I be able to see her smile if she wins the game? But for now, her skills aren't enough to beat me just yet. Besides, this princess will definitely be mad if I cut corners.
アクア様、どうかされましたか？
While Aquaseed was only thinking about her, Tiaros gave him a suspicious look. Is she trying to tell me to concentrate more on the game? She's so adorable even if she's slightly
も
sulky.
しかして私が弱いから嫌になってしまいましたか？
まさか。ティアラこそ、こんなに何回もやって飽きたりはしない？ゲームは他にもたくさんあるのに、妖精の盤上遊びばかりやる必要はないよ。カードゲームやチェスだってあるんだから。
私はこのゲームが好きなんです。極めたいんです。
ん？
だから他のゲームは必要ありません。今はこれに集中したいんです。
It's rare for Tiara to be obsessed with something other than sweets. Was she that upset about losing this afternoon? Tiara may seem soft and gentle, but she can be competitive sometimes. Well, I guess that's an important factor as the future queen. If not, she would have probably just cried herself to sleep after losing to Lady Akari. However, Tiaros gave him another reason why she was motivated about the game.
私はこの国が大好きなんです。私は知らないことがまだたくさんあるけれど、妖精たちもこのゲームも大好きなんです。だからもっと知っていきたいと思ってるんで。
Aquaseed couldn't help but hug Tiaros, who was smiling shyly as she expressed her feelings about Marine Forest.
ティアラが可愛いことを言うのが悪い。あんな風にマリンフォレストを好きだと言ってもらえて。
If Tiara is willing to love this country that we are going to build together, I will be able to love and protect it even
ア
more.
クア様の大きな手がこの国を守るんですね。私はあかり様のように強いわけでもなくて、きっと不安だったんです。
Tiaros gently cupped Aquasteed's hands, full of calluses due to using his sword. Slowly tracing them with her fingers, Tiaros pulled herself closer to
で
Aquasteed.
すが、私はパール様に海の守りの
Oh,
祝
okay,
福を
so
いただ
it
きま
is
した。
after
そ
Volume
れから
3.
キ
Okay.
ースの祝福もアクア様と一緒にこの国を守れることがとても嬉しいんです。
Aquasteed smiled bitterly to her words. I want to lock her up in this castle and cherish her my whole life, but her eyes are showing strong will, telling me otherwise. Damn. I knew from the start that she wasn't just a princess to be cherished. Ow, flashback.
私にどこか問題がございましたか？
だが、あかりはいつもひどく責められたと。ティアラは普段からあかりに対して冷たくきつい言い方をし。
ハルトナイツ殿下は私をそのような人間だとお思いなのですか？
Tiara confronting her ex-fiancé. She was so strong and beautiful.
私が腕の中に閉じ込めて、ずっと国ごと守りたいと思っていたのに。
But I know Tiara is not willing to be protected at all
それ
times.
はもちろんアクア様にそう言っていただけることは嬉しいです。でも私はやっぱり弱いんです。だからこれからも守ってくださいますか？
Tiaros looked up at Aquasteed and tilted her head. How could I possibly have a response other than a
も
yes?
ちろん。何者からもティアラを守ると誓うよ。
アクア様、嬉しい。
Tiaros gently cuddled up to Aquasteed and kissed him on his cheeks. Indeed, it was very rare for her to do that. Maybe she didn't let go of her lips so soon, to be honest. Okay then. Well, I was able to see Tiara blush in embarrassment, so I'm satisfied for now. Okay. After a few more games, Tiaros noticed that the clock had struck midnight. Aquaseed was beginning to doze off a little.
やだ、もうこんな時間。
I was enjoying myself spending time with him playing games so much that I got completely carried away.
アクア様は仕事で疲れていたのに。妻失格ね。
No. Aquaseed was already asleep. She tidied the board in pieces and pulled a blanket on him.
特訓してくださってありがとうございます。
The main character of the sequel game, Tiaros gently stroked his dark blue hair and gazed his beautiful sleeping face. Oh, next mute. Okay. Since then, Tiaros has been playing the fairies board game during her tea time. She also gradually started to improve her skills. As Tiaros was rolling while looking at the board, she heard a chuckle from behind.
Oh,
shit.
キース。
で、ティアラ、驚くほど弱いな。
Can't believe you just said that. Leave me alone. I admit I'm still weak, but I'm definitely getting better at this.
懐かしいっていうことは今はしないの？
Is it already considered an old game for the fairies, or do they only play them when they are little? Even adult human beings are having fun. Why won't they continue playing?
する必要性がないからな。
うん？
ああ、そうか。お前らは知らないのか。もともとこれは妖精王の陣地取りだ。
I see. So it wasn't just a game.
もともとこれはゲームでも何でもない。3人の妖精王が行う勝負だったんだ。強大な力を持つ俺たちがむやみに力を振るえば、この世界が傷つくからな。それを回避するために行われたのが、この妖精の盤上遊びのルーツになった。俺ら王には自分のテリトリーがある。その取り分を決めたのが最初だったな。
ただのゲームじゃなかったんだ。
I thought the king's territories were only divided into forest, sky, and the sea. They competed by wisdom rather than force. It's certainly more peaceful that way and more otome game-like. Also, I feel some sort of affinity to think that the fairy world has similar rules as the human world.
ちなみに、クレイルが超強い。
そんな気はする。
I can easily imagine King Krail taking over all the territories with his pretty smile. If possible, it will be much help if King Krail can teach me his tricks. I'm sure now is not the timing after what happened at the beach. Tiaros couldn't understand everything that happened the other day or how the incident settled, however. She couldn't forget about the sad, lonely face that Krail had thinking about Pearl.
これはわらわからの選別じゃ。
R に残っていたほんのわずかな魔力も使ったんだよ。まったくこれじゃ誰の罰か分かったもんじゃない。
I hope I can see King Krail happy again. I'm sure that day will come.
そうだ。
ん？
キースもやらない？私、特訓中なんです。
やらん。
そう言わずにお願い、キース。ぜひ強くなる秘訣を教えてほしいんです。
はあ、たく。仕方ねえな。
ありがとうございます、キース。あ、フィリーネ。ちょうどいいところに。アクアス、はい。
And so, Tiaros, Aquaseed, and Keith were settled to play the fairies board game.
へえ。
Was it a bad idea? It probably was. Keith glanced over at Aquaseed with amazement. But he was looking at the board so intensely he didn't notice Keith's look. All of them are so strong. Even if there are 3 players, it's already on one match between them. Of course, I will continue to play, but I also want to watch her battle. I can tell that Keith is on the lead, as Aquaseed plays his very piece on the board, it was Tiaro's turn.
私の番ですね。
I know I'm definitely going to lose, but I also have my pride. I won't lose without doing anything.
ここに。
Just when Tiaros was about to place her piece on the board.
そっちじゃなくてこっちだね。
Oh, hi! Yeah, I like that. He just appeared. Oh, I accidentally... Okay then. Also, the pieces do look nice. Huh. Trail popped out of nowhere and placed Tiaros' piece for her. He completely ignored where Tiaros was and was trying to place the piece and went for another square. Tiaros didn't understand what was going on. She tilted her head. Meanwhile, Aquaseed and Keith was staring at the board, biting their lips in frustration. I have no idea, but looking at their faces, it was probably a good move, right? Keith, Aquaseed, and Krail took turns placing their pieces. Krail continued to take the two's territory. After a while, the board was filled with pieces of forest berries. Before Tiaros could realize what was going on, she had won. Goddamn. I didn't understand a bit of what was going on. The board, though. While everyone was done, Krail was smiling triumphantly. Tiaros, too, was amazed in Krail's skills.
気楽戦で私に勝とうなんてキースには1000年早いよ。
Anyways, I'm relieved to see that King Krail is back to normal. While Krail was laughing, Aquasteed continued to glare at the board. Guess the fairies board game is going to be the next trend in this castle. Tiaros thought to herself, watching the look of disappointment on Aquasteed's face. Recently, Tiara Rose was obsessed with the game Fairies board game. On the edge of the table, the board was left spread out after her training session. However, in Marine Forest, Fairies board game wasn't the only game. People here also played cards too. Tiara Rose was sitting on the sofa, sipping on her tea while looking at the artistic designs on the card deck. Cards here are designed differently from those in my previous life. Forest Fairy as Club, Sky Fairy as Diamond, Sea Fairy as Heart, and Royas as Spade. The designs are so lovely, I'm having fun just by looking at them.
そんなにトランプが気に入った？
はい。トランプの絵柄がこんなに素敵だなんて思ってもみませんでした。数字も可愛くデザインされていますが、ジャック以上の絵札がとても繊細で美しいです。
So much different than cards in Japan. Aquaseed giggled as he gently stroked Tiaros' hair. She couldn't stop staring at the beautiful cards.
素敵なプレゼントをありがとうございます。見ているだけでも楽しいです。
ティアラに喜んでもらえてよかった。
Tiaros wasn't very good at playing the Fairies board game. She had been practicing for a while now, but her skills didn't seem to improve. So Aquaseed had decided to give her a new deck of cards to give her a change of pace. It was his little secret that the cards were a one-of-a-kind rare artifact.
アンティークとして部屋に飾っても可愛いです。これを使って遊ぶのがなんだかもったいないですね。
I'm a royalty now, so I am allowed to be a little extravagant, but I can't seem to get out of being a commoner in my previous life. If Tiaros desired something, Aquasteed would give it to her, whether it be 100 or 1,000.
でもせっかくですし、みんなで遊べたらいいですね。
ああ、いいね。
Since everyone taught me the games of Marine Forest, it's my turn to teach them something new. Of course, I can enjoy cards with Prince Aqua, only the two of us. But that will probably be quite challenging. Speed card is a little hard to play. I'm sure I can never win him over. Concentration game too. He's good at everything.
どうしよう。
As Tiara Rose was mumbling to herself, she felt the atmosphere change.
トランプするのか？
キース。
ティアラの資質にいきなり現れるな。
Aquasea glared at Keith, who just came teleporting into Tiaros' room. But this is how the two go at each other every time. Tiaros was already used to it.
まあ、いいじゃないですか。3人で遊ぶのも楽しいと思いますよ。
Nice timing. Prince Aqua was a little frustrated. But there's a lot we can do with cards if there's 3 people. Feeling excited, Tiaros headed to her kitchen to prepare the tea. While brewing the tea, Tiaros was thinking about what game she should choose. What's there to choose from? I don't want the rules to be too complex. It's going to take some time to explain and remember. Sevens, doubt, career poker, these are a little hard for beginners. Ah, I know, all made. The rules are simple and easy to remember too. Tiara skipped back to her room with her tea tray in hand. Oh yeah, what's happening now?
よかったら3人でババ抜きをしませんか？
ババ抜き？
なんだそれは。
The two's voice overlapped. They're usually at each other's throats, but these two have a weird chemistry too.
最後にババジョーカーを持っている人が負けっていう。
なるほど。
面白そうだな。
ではやってみましょう。
Tiara began to shuffle and deal cards. She was the first one to discard her pairs. The number of pairs you discard in the start will make difference. I have 7 cards left. Aquasea was up with 8, along with Keith with 10 cards.
ここから時計回りに相手のカードを引いていきます。数字が揃えばその場にカードを捨てて全部なくなった人が勝ちです。
わかった。
Tiaros went over the rules once again, and the game resumed. I don't have the Joker in my deck. Prince Aqua and Keith looks normal. That's weird. Aren't they playing Old Maid for the first time? They must react somehow if they got the Joker. Are these two experts with cards?
じゃあまずはキースから。私の手札から1枚引いてください。
よし。これで数字が揃ったのを捨てればいいのか？
はい。
Keith discarded his pair.
それで次はキースの手札からアクア様が1枚引いてくださいね。
Instantly, the two fell silent. Wonder what's wrong. Was my rule explanation not sufficient? Maybe I should explain one more time. Tiara opened her mouth but quickly realized something. No, Prince Aqua is thinking about what card to pick. Keith has 10 left. I don't think he should be that careful about his cards. I see. Prince Aqua is careful because he doesn't hold the Joker. He stopped his hands because he's on alert mode right now. I don't have Joker myself, so I'm sure that's what's going on. He definitely has Joker. Aquasea slid his fingers on Keith's card one by one, looking at his reaction. However, Keith didn't change his smirking expression at all. It was hard to tell which one of his cards were the Joker. I just explained the rules of Old Maid to them a minute ago. Why are they playing so well so quickly? I thought I'd be able to win this game, but I guess it's difficult to win to them in the first place with any kind of game. Aquasea picked the card and placed it in his deck. It seems he didn't get a pair.
私がアクア様のカードを引きますね。
Aquasea smiled as Tiaros reached over to his card deck. Oh, which should I pick? This one? Or this one? How about this one? His face doesn't change. This one? Prince Aqua seems to be having fun, smiling and all. He's adorable. If he's smiling, then it means he didn't take the choker. In other words, I'm sure Keith still has his choker on deck. And I shouldn't worry about anything. Tiaros, being relieved, picked the card from Aqua Seed's deck. Choker? Why? After looking at the card she picked, Tiaros froze in shock.
Tiara, お前、顔に出しすぎだろ。
すまない、ティアラ。
Damn. As Keith burst out laughing, Aqua Seed too couldn't hold in his laugh. I feel bad for letting her draw the choker from the beginning.
最後にババア、ジョーカーを持っている人が負けっていう。
Aqua Steed smiled bitterly as he recalled Tiaros explaining the rules so proudly. Tiara is just too easy to read. She told us what she had played this she had played this game many times, but her face and gesture is too obvious. She's just so adorable, I can't help it. When Aqua Seed picked the choker from Keith on his first game, he wondered how Tiaros will react. Then I moved Joker to a position that was easy for her to pick, and she did it. Tiara is so innocent and pure, I have to protect her so that she won't be tricked by anyone else. Of course, Aqua Seed is determined to protect her at all costs, from the first place.
二人とも本当に初めてですか?
After several rounds, Tiara sighed. Is Tiara trying to make Keith draw her Joker somehow? Fortunately, it's easy to guess where the Joker is based on her eye movement and expression. As the game proceeded, Tiara was left with 3 cards, while others were left with 1.
次は俺が引く番だな。
Seems like Keith is going to win first place. That's disappointing. Of course, we don't know the results yet until Keith picks Tiara's card though. However, nobody, not even Tiaros, thought Keith was not going to draw the Joker.
よし、俺の上がりだな。
まだ引いてすらいないのに。
これだ。
Keith pulled a card from her deck and discarded his last pair.
勝負あり。
Damn. Tiaros drooped her head. Keith's out. What do I do now? Aqua Seed, who had to cede the first place to Keith, shrugged his shoulders. He contemplated what he should do in his next turn. I have 1 card left, Tiara's 2. A Joker and a number that matches mine. Prince Aqua and Keith are too strong. Ever since I took Prince Aqua's Joker on the first round, I wasn't able to get rid of it. I thought I was good making a poker face. Too bad, I guess Prince Aqua is going to be on the second place.
私のカードをアクア様が引く番ですね。
Tiaros brought her 2 cards closer to Aqua Steed. One of them is a Joker. All I can do is to pray that he will draw it. If it's because of my facial expression that I'm losing this game, then Tiara shut her eyes tightly.
どうぞ、アクア様。これなら私の表情を読めないでしょう。
ティアラ。
Keith once again started laughing. Aqua Steed looked at her and smiled bitterly.
そうだね。確かに、これじゃあティアラの表情は読めないね。
Aqua Steed was thinking that what he should do next.
アクア様、どうぞ。
Her eyelashes flutter as she trembled. Hello. She's beautiful, Aqua Steed thought. Her face is flushed. Is she nervous? She has no idea how that turns. Sir! Sir! Aquasteed smiled and decided to choose a joker for her sake. Tiara slowly opened her eyes and immediately her face brightened up. I should have done this early to see her face like this.
次はティアラが弾く番だね。
では、こっちです。
Seeing like Tiara had regained her confidence, she triumphantly picked a card from Aquasteed. The card was a joker.
ティアラは可愛いね。
Well.
そんな。
Seems like I can never win this too. Tiaros thought so, but before she could think, she raised her voice.
もう一回です。
Up. The game of Old Maid was nowhere close to ending. The laughter of the three echoed in their room as the night wore on. Oh, there we go. Yep, we finished the whole thing, and that thing is still not unlocked. That's fine. Okay. Yep, done. Finally done with this game. Yay. Oh yeah, that was a nice 3-volume. That was technically 15 chapters because there's five chapters per each volume. So yeah. Yeah, I think I'm good. I should raid out. It's been 6.5 hours. I kind of played too much. Yeah. Yeah, I should raid out. Let's see. Who do I raid is the thing. And yeah, thank you guys for hanging out while I'm playing the game. And yeah, and everyone who raided and or subbed, thank you. I'll go and read out to like who is up right now? Oh, I thought John was gonna stream, but he's not here at the moment. Was fun? Yeah, was fun. Next week though, I think I'm gonna play a different otome game. I'll probably pick one or put up a poll on the Discord server. So yeah, I'll look at the list that I have for otome games and see which one I can play. So for now, who do I read? Is there someone playing something else? You know what? I'll just go and read Sayla. And she's playing Hollow Knight. Let's go raid out to her. And I think she's also on YouTube, so I should probably set that up as well. Let me see. If I can find it. There you go. Okay, did that actually save though? I don't think it did. Didn't. Okay, there we go. Save that. Yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow for Ragnarok Online. I'll be playing with the boys and Kana. So yeah, I'll go and raid out. Here's the raid message on the Twitch side. I still have to do something like that for probably YouTube. I don't know how to do that yet, so we'll see. We'll see. Oh, what? Anyway, let me copy this. There we go. Yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Thank you for everyone who raided and stayed and gave a subscription. Yeah, I'll see you guys, and I'll go and work on stuff. I kind of have some overdue stuff to work on, so yay. Bye bye. I'll see you guys tomorrow for Ragnarok.